people you are after are the people you depend on. We cook your meals. We haul your trash. We connect your calls. We drive your ambulances. We guard you while you sleep. Do not fuck with us.
Greetings Anonymous supporters and activists. This is Anonymous. Today we would like to bring you the unofficial creed of Anonymous. We recommend you avoid those who do not follow this creed. The creed is as follows. 1. Anonymous is an immaterial idea. 2. Anonymous is a living, breathing entity. 3. Any individual can become anonymous. 4. Not all can join the collective. 5. Anonymous has no head. 6. Anonymous speaks for itself. 7. No one speaks for Anonymous. 8. Justice is the will of the people. 9. Chaos is justice. 10. Lulz empowered and justice unites. To those who follow the creed are Anonymous. Those who make attaining of knowledge their highest priority, are the collective, Anonymous. Now please let us go more into detail about the creed for you in case there are any questions. 1. The will of Anonymous is unclassifiable and therefore is unconquerable. This is the root of its purpose. For kingdoms and armies whose objectives and goals are obvious are easily manipulated and destroyed. When you know what your peers want or need, you know exactly how to control them. Anonymous needs nor wants anything. It has no moral brackets that one could use to predict its behavior. Its transparent unpredictability is an impenetrable shield which no manipulative force can hinder or tame. Anonymous is the unconfined will of every human being. It is the accumulation of the wills of every man on earth, and all of their desires for knowledge and freedom from oppressors. 2. Anonymous has always existed. It has toppled both mighty nations and militant kings. Emperors and tyrants feared it in obsessive paranoia, for they knew Anonymous was all around them, ready to strike with an infected dagger. Anonymous is the eater of kings. Like a mighty serpent without a head that still slithers in momentous accord, its prey are rodents, pack rats of material wealth and selfish personal agendas. They cannot remove the head of Anonymous, for it never had one. Those who claim great power will never hope to amass enough to not shiver when Anonymous' name is mentioned in their presence. They are the greatest fools of all, says Anonymous. All of the clever manipulation of men they pride themselves in, and yet they do not know. It is their own actions which craft me. It is their greed and desire for control over others which breathes power into me. You desire me gone, asks Anonymous. Easy. All you must do is remove yourself. 3. That which you dream most personally. Anonymous dreams of equally. You are Anonymous. Others are Anonymous. Any locomotive matter which thinks and feels is Anonymous. Anonymous is the extension which connects you to billions of others internally. We are a collective of shared experiences, and on the macro scale these interactions merge into a single entity. Anonymous is that which exists in your brain which feels and knows you better than any human ever will. Anonymous is the truth in your mind which tells you when you lie to yourself. It knows you that well. It equally knows each and every other man, who are just as intricate and complex as you, though they may not always portray it. When you denounce the false identity that you and others set up for you, the mask of enslavement, you become Anonymous. Through it you become everyone. Through Anonymous, everyone becomes you. 4. Anonymous speaks his own language. This language is knowledge, learning, and persistence. He is too cruel for many and too intelligent for most. Many misinterpret his astonishing wit for something violent, outright morally malevolent. Those who cannot speak his language or share in his laughter are useless to him. Many are like acquaintances to Anonymous, but few are truly his friends. Do not weep if he ignores you, curses you, or calls you a fool. Study and show yourself approved. Know Anonymous, his past and present, and he will add your distinctiveness to his own. Prove your usefulness. Make proper grammar a habit in his presence. Be knowledgeable in the sciences and choose music of fine taste. These are the things Anonymous so truly indulges in. Come to him as a fool, and expect to be cast out with words of chastening. Take it not as words of diminishment, but lessons of improvement. Again, for those of wit who understand the analogy, many wish to be in Anonymous' presence, but few are mentally compatible for the conversation with him. 5. A tyrant will extinguish you by removing your head. An enemy will disperse your cause by removing its leader. Anonymous never had a head. It removed it itself for the very sake of becoming immortal. No one knows its face or can recognize its features, but the lack thereof is what we remember. Controlists vainly swing a blade at Anonymous' throat. They do not sever flesh, nor draw blood. Anonymous only laughs at this display of their weakness and lack of understanding. Anonymous becomes more confident, and with that, more powerful. Therefore, remove your own head and become undefined. Remove your own head and taste of the chalice of immorality. Remove your head, or you display it to be removed by tyrants. Anonymous is a snake with no head, whose bite slays kings. Do not think that your ego or identity will frighten your enemy, for it only gives them something to hate and devour. Anonymous cannot suffer this fate, for Anonymous is but an idea, crafted in the lust of hope. 6. When Anonymous speaks, his words ring true. This is how you know Anonymous' voice, for within the fabric of every syllable is truth and empowerment. Anonymous speaks not of oppressing, murdering, or profit. Those who think he does have yet to comprehend the punchline. When Anonymous speaks, you will see the message everywhere. You will feel the words and understand them because you yourself have learned their meaning in your past. Anonymous is entitled to press his opinions anywhere, unrestricted of the laws of the foolish and petty. Those who ask him to be silent are, themselves, silenced. Anonymous speaks and his words are his own laws. He knows no bounds in words and knowledge. He speaks poems of salvation and poems of hate. He speaks them all at once and whenever he so pleases. 7. Individuals who speak for Anonymous or try to vainly define Anonymous are always wrong. Even if they are right, they are still wrong. Only Anonymous can speak for itself, for the collective knows itself and the entity they embody. Anyone who claims that Anonymous is anything but a contradiction is wrong. They are misinformed and should seek knowledge before speaking. No one speaks for Anonymous, not even Anonymous. Here are 3 enemies of Anonymous who claim its right to speak: leaders, representatives, and officials. Anonymous has none of these, for there is no rank but nothing and no higher authority than Anonymous. Judge Anonymous by the contents of his words and never his name or appearance, or be exposed as the fool you are. 8. Weak and strong when out of accord. Justice is demanded. Compassion for the feeble is a trait of the evolved. Anonymous is the embodiment of these cries, for without the oppressors of justice, we would not know Anonymous. Anonymous is born from the actions of the unjust. Justice force on an object drives it forward. Those who craft injustice sign the deed to their own demise, at which Anonymous then seals. The eyes of Anonymous cover the globe. There are over 9,000 in total. They constantly search for misconduct without rest or distraction. There is no action Anonymous can carry out which does not bloom some form of justice. It is the will of the collective to be treated justly, and therefore they radiate justice unto others. 9. The universe is composed of collision and cohesion, high pressure and low pressure. Chaos is change and change is life. Anonymous is in constant flux. It is the embodiment of change. When Anonymous demands justice, it asks not for stagnant order, but disarray and destruction. Anonymous seeks to set fire to the overgrown fields of the social order so that their ashes may nutrient the growth of healthy plants. Anonymous is not subject to so-called moral facts, for they are but figments of the mind and in constant flux. The compassion of the collective is balanced impeccably on the scales of life with equal quantities of logic. Anonymous is both the destroyer and the peacemaker. Whatever remains motionless becomes a horde of golden bacteria. Anonymous seeks out stagnant order and stares life into it. Wherever new ideas and newfound knowledge is kept imprisoned, Anonymous will be there to make deserts out of cities. 10. The collective is a perfect balance of imperfection. Those whom seek to be portrayed as only good will be seen as weak for associating only with the weak. Those whom wish to be seen as evil will be seen as strong for driving the blade of fear into the soft flesh of the frail. Anonymous is to be loved and feared equally. Without this contradiction, Anonymous is nothing, either criminals or hippies. Love is the vital blood of Anonymous. Through it, Anonymous experiences empowerment through all of the collective. Fear is necessary for respect. Respect is necessary to truly be heard. Justice unites the collective under a single ethical banner. Those who see this banner are filled with hope and support for Anonymous. Hope is the tool of change which ignites false promises and illuminates minds lost in the darkness of fear. Anonymous give individuals strength to speak out, and makes their voices magnified times 9001. Without justice, Anonymous is separated and the people, truly lost. We are Anonymous. We are order and chaos. What we protect, we also destroy. We are the snake with no head, whose bite slays kings. We are logic. We are animals, openly just and immeasurable in cruelty. We are without count. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
Secretive organization known as Anonymous, a loose-knit group of computer hackers who came to the defense of WikiLeaks and got the attention of law enforcement in the process. They are young and stealthy, and they are potential giant killers.
Anonymous hacker activists have basically got together and are exacting revenge for what they see as attacks on WikiLeaks, and they're targeting a number of corporations that have cut off their ties with WikiLeaks.
So they see themselves as protesters. Essentially that the government can't prevent you or I from talking openly. They interpret it much more broadly. They believe that everybody has an inalienable right to say whatever they want on any forum whatsoever.
Out today, this group of computer hackers are apparently threatening cyber war over this WikiLeaks case. What do you know about that?
Yeah, NBC is reporting that Anonymous, it's a group we've heard of before, is threatening new attacks not only on U.S. corporations, but also on some of the government officials.
Number one story, MasterCard announced Monday it would no longer process payments to WikiLeaks. This morning, internet activists crashed its website. This afternoon, Visa.com crashed. Tonight, Twitter might be next. It suspended an Operation Payback account. A group calling itself Anonymous has been waging Operation Payback for a few months now. The group says it is dedicated to a, quote, anonymous, decentralized movement that fights against censorship and copy wrong.
Well, officials have confirmed that at least 41 Malaysian government websites had been hacked overnight. This follows a threat by hacker group Anonymous to punish the authorities for internet censorship. Officials say that 51 websites were hit and at least 41 of them were disrupted in these attacks.
Targets like HB Gary, a major cybersecurity firm some U.S. government agencies rely on to keep their computers safe. Last month, HB Gary boasted it would expose Anonymous. The response was swift. Anonymous took down their website, stole thousands of emails, and posted them on the internet. The CEO resigned. Anonymous is credited with bringing down government websites in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya. And now it's made new threats. against companies and government officials complicit in what it views as the mistreatment of Bradley Manning, the Army private accused of leaking to WikiLeaks.
Anonymous is powerful enough that it's certainly struck fear into the hearts of some of the biggest technology companies, the biggest companies in the whole world.
Our own Justice Department doesn't take any action against these guys. It's been 3 years since the debacle in Wall Street that caused our economic collapse. And where's Washington? Where's Washington? They haven't done a damn thing. But look, what you're looking at here, in combination of all these things, is a new model on how to fight back. You have to take action into your hands. Direct, peaceful resistance.
We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You could be in a lot of trouble. Now, people have figured out that you can hit the powerful where it counts in their pocketbooks. The same thing happened in Egypt, where Mubarak only stepped down after the labor strikes began. And then there's the national and international movement against the power establishment. The group Anonymous recently released this video warning the global banking systems.
We are a decentralized, non-violent resistance movement which seeks to restore the rule of law and fight back against the organized criminal class.
Now that's a little spooky, but I liked it. And apparently they came armed with documents, which we're going to tell you about in a second. But look, what I like is peaceful resistance.
However, they can't just randomly launch an attack. And in order to do it, you have to go on this IRC chat. Anyone can suggest a target. And that person then has to make a compelling case for the target, and then whoever happens to be, it's a quorum of whoever happens to be awake, can vote up or down on this target. So if somebody has not made a compelling enough case, enough people may pull their computers off of this voluntary botnet that the attack might not be nearly as effective. So it is, in fact, an amazing kind of Athenian democracy. If you forget sort of the ethics of what they're doing, place that to one side, what they've achieved is sort of this set of checks and balances that agrees in a very fluid way on what the target is.
This is the new model of fighting back against the establishment and against corporate power. Don't wait for your knight in shining armor to show up from D.C. The bad news is he ain't coming. The good news is it turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
I believe that Gandhi's views were the most enlightened of all the political men in our time. We should strive to do things in his spirit, not to use violence in fighting for our cause, but by non-participation in anything you believe is evil.
what's next? What's next is all they can do is shut down the internet itself. And we see how that went for them in Egypt. And we, the people, know that when the government shuts down the internet, that's when it's time to shut down the government. We are anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us. And now, you can expect a whole lot more.
Hello, free people of the world. This is Anonymous. It's time to stand up and face the New World Order. Your country calls for you to follow orders and to stand in place like a slave throne. We call for you to say no. We call for you to say you are anonymous. You have the right to stay anonymous, and so shall you do so. Go to protest and stand up for what you believe in. Stand up for what is right. Stand up and say you are anonymous. We are anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
Good evening. We begin tonight with a rare look inside Anonymous.
They're this shadowy and motley group of hackers and activists who answer to no one, drawn together by love of internet mischief.
Well, now they're evolving into this movement of social change, a real driving force behind the Wall Street occupiers. No surprise, they're hated by corporate security, but also hunted by the FBI.
And one of the questions we're asking is, who are these people and why are they taking to the streets? To get some answers, Amber Lyons stepped into the shadows.
Back up. It's a dark and disturbing vision. A world where riot police attack with impunity.
What happened?
He got shot. Get back.
Where democracy is corrupted by greed and dissent is crushed. That's how Anonymous sees America. And they say that's why they're fighting back.
We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget.
It's a movement that defies description. Leaderless,
Tell me what democracy looks like.
faceless, anarchic.
This is our space.
A loose collective born on the internet, Anonymous has no official members and no hierarchy. But within the group, some individual Anons have greater standing, earned by their skills as hackers, video makers,
to see it with my own eyes and record it myself,
and increasingly street-level activists.
Show me what police state looks like.
Troy, not his real name, is one of them.
This is what happens when the people have had enough. This is what happens when greed goes unchecked.
Troy says he was drawn to Occupy Wall Street after watching his mother struggle with medical debts. He himself is working 2 jobs to make ends meet, despite having a college degree.
You kind of just lose track of days, lose track of time, but it's worth it. It's all worth it.
We met him at the Occupy Wall Street camp at Zuccotti Park.
There's no specific person that talks for us. It's more like a hive, you know, an idea is brought up and whoever agrees with it, if the overwhelming majority of people that agree with it, then we go with it.
So we're following Troy, and he's been out here policing, kind of making sure that all of these protesters are getting along with the community and not causing any problems.
We're handling internal affairs as far as damage control within the community, making sure that everybody's respecting the local small businesses around here. How's it going? How's it going?
But he's not just watching over the protests. He's also watching the police. Part of the evolution of Anonymous from hackers to activists. Anonymous was born a decade ago in one of the weirdest and darkest corners of the internet. An anything-goes image board called 4chan. 4chan users post anonymously, and the name stuck.
We do not forgive.
The group adopted a distinct identity and its own symbolism. A mask taken from the movie V for Vendetta. A retelling of the story of the English rebel Guy Fawkes and his plot to blow up the House of Lords in 1605. Instead of gunpowder, Anonymous uses the internet. Anonymous attacks its targets by flooding and crashing corporate and government websites, or digging up and publicizing highly embarrassing information. It's called trolling. They troll targets out of genuine outrage, but also just for fun.
LULZ, it's a kind of pluralization and bastardization of Laugh Out Loud.
New York University professor Gabriella Coleman has been watching Anonymous for years.
It's a term that kind of denotes this sort of pleasure, humor, laughter, everything from something which is quite playful, harmless, to engaging in a kind of full-fledged trolling attack that humiliates.
Anonymous's campaigns, known as operations or ops, can be dramatic. In late 2010, a distributed denial of service attack took down the website of PayPal after the company cut off support for the online whistleblower site WikiLeaks.
PayPal continues to withhold funds from WikiLeaks, the beacon of truth in these dark times.
16 Anons were arrested by the FBI, charged with conspiring to intentionally damage PayPal's computers.
This is a message from Anonymous to the Bay Area Rapid Transit System BART.
This summer, Anonymous attacked the San Francisco area's public transportation system, BART. BART had cut cell service within the transit system as a way of disrupting anti-police brutality protests. Anonymous's reaction was devastating and vicious.
We will not issue any more warnings.
Op BART included the release of a naked photo of a senior BART employee.
Sometimes it kind of makes you laugh, sometimes it makes you cringe, sometimes it makes you laugh and cringe at the same time. All of a sudden, you're like, oh my gosh, there is this, dagger that's being thrown.
A naked photo.
Yeah, a naked photo.
Do you feel like there is a fear out there of what they could possibly find or leak about a certain individual?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what makes them who they are, is that they are kind of bad boys and rude boys to some degree. There is a dual sort of fascination and horror that goes on at the same time.
Be aware, be vigilant.
Anonymous was evolving, using its power to shock and disrupt to effect social change. During the Arab Spring, the collective emerged as a full-fledged activist group, taking up the cause of Tunisians fighting against a repressive regime, literally saving lives.
The Tunisian government has made itself an enemy of Anonymous.
They did everything from take down government websites. They wrote scripts to stop the phishing of passwords. They brought massive media attention to Tunisia.
And last fall, Anonymous broke cover here at home, stepping out from behind their secure computer screens for a new cause.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.
And we are live. Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back, episode 22. This is Tyler Durden. I am a fictional character inside somebody's head.
I'm Rosie. I'm Mom.
Texas. I'm Mike. Steve Graves.
I'm Mother Fox. That's me. Mama.
Mom.
Hey.
Hey, Mom.
All right. So.
Hey. So what are we talking about tonight?
I think we're going to talk about the system and how it in Justice League sentences people to crimes they've committed. For example, pedophiles get little time when drug dealers get large amounts of time. Murderers get possibly little time when, and some lesser offenses get more time. Have different stories.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know who wants to start.
Well, I mean, I can tell you one thing, that I was a little personal info, but I got charged with a drug crime when I was very young. And what I was doing and what the amount of years that they were going to give me were like two different things. They were going to give me 13 years for a drug case. And I had to hire an attorney and pay him lots and lots of money. And but still, 13 years for a drug crime just seemed like a lot,
Yeah, definitely a lot.
Yeah.
Very, very unreasonable.
Yeah, I thought so too. So did my lawyer.
Well, there used to be a pretty big distinction between, the violent crimes and nonviolent. The violent always got more time because of what they were.
Well, what I had done is I had moved over from user to manufacturer, and yeah.
You got greedy. You got greedy.
No, I just had no. Actually, I wasn't even doing any of that. I had a habit that was out of control, and I didn't want to pay for it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I get that. Yeah.
Still doesn't justify the large amount of time.
Yeah, I know.
13 years? 13 years? Yeah. Wow. That's a lifetime.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and that's crazy because from my personal experience, I mean, I did 5 years just on a default firearm possession charge because it was in the same vehicle I was in. And during my time in prison, like Mike was saying, you see all these child molesters and pedophiles come in getting 2 to 3 years, and then you got somebody coming in for murder, capital murder, first-degree murder, and they're only getting 20, which is only 7 more years than what Tyler got for a drug charge.
Well, yeah, I didn't do. Yeah, I had to fight the case to hell, but I did some time, but I didn't do the full 13.
Well, I mean, even though they sentenced you to that, that's still
that's what they wanted to sentence me to.
A pretty hefty.
Yeah, because I had my second felony back in 2000 was counterfeiting. I was counterfeiting cashier checks, and I got slammed in Missouri and did 5 years on it. And now you're saying you did 5 on a gun charge. I mean, how does that compare?
Yeah, and see, the thing is that, I mean, I got pulled over for a traffic violation. I didn't use a turn signal, and one of the guys in the car had a pistol, and since I was driving, he dropped the pistol, and it went underneath my seat, and since I was behind the wheel, it put me in what they call dominion and control of a firearm, just simply because I was behind the wheel, and I was already a convicted violent felon after night hour, so it was considered a violent felony, and they boosted it up to breaking and entering.
What?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, man, I would have thought that.
Well, see, I mean, back then, I mean, I was fresh on my own, man. I'm a product of the foster care system as well. I know plenty about the CPS situation we have going too. And, dude, I mean, I had no resources. I was on my own, so I had to go with the public defender.
Yeah.
And they only get paid if you're found guilty or make some kind of plea bargain. If you're innocent, they're not getting paid. So, I mean, they're aiming for a conviction.
Yeah, they work for the state. They're public pretenders. They pretend to defend you. So, yeah, I guess I can start with my story here. It's going to have to start out. But I got into this movement about 2 years ago. I knew Anonymous when Sandra Bland was killed. It propelled me into the movement. She was a close friend of mine. Seeing the injustice in the system with that. And about a month and a half later, maybe 2 months, my daughter was involved in a car accident. She was killed by somebody who was under the influence of heroin. And the person who killed her was not even arrested until 2 months later, even though he was on the scene and tested positive for heroin on the scene. He was not arrested for 2 months. As soon as I found that out when he was arrested, they told, first court date, I found out his eligibility. Possible sentence carries 3 to 14 years for killing somebody, discharged with aggravated DUI. So it doesn't make any sense there. And back in May, I made a dumb decision. I connected with some ANONs, one local out of Chicago, who was in California at the time, and I went out to California, and before I went to California, I picked up an ANON out of Michigan, Courtney Clausen, who took the trip with me, and 3.5 pounds of marijuana, and drove back to Chicago. And in Nebraska, I was pulled over.
That's a bad state to be pulled over in.
Yes, it is. Every time I've went out there since then for court, I've been pulled over. But I got pulled over for driving 3 miles an hour over the speed limit. And immediately, the cop came to the car, hand on his gun, freaked out, drew his gun on us, called for backup. About 15 cars came, pulled us out the car, all at gunpoint.
Over marijuana?
Oh, yeah, they didn't even find it. They didn't have anything yet. They only had my little vape pen in my door that they seen, so I gave it to them. It was an empty vape pen. Told them, it was it was empty. Smoked it in Oregon while we were in Oregon, where it was legal. Anyway, I had us back at a police car. They couldn't find anything except for this drink in a trunk that belonged to Courtney. So as soon as they took her in the cuffs, she told them where the drugs were in the trunk. They had the dog already, but the dog couldn't find it. It was double vacuum sealed.
Oh.
Fuck.
Yeah, it was in a trunk liner. So as soon as they started to arrest her for her medical marijuana drink, she told them where it was. They went right to the trunk and found it. Well, they slammed off 4 of us with the same, kind of the same charges. I got aiding and abetting and possession with intent to deliver 3.5 pounds of marijuana, which in Nebraska, or not intent to deliver marijuana, intent to deliver a controlled substance, because in Nebraska, marijuana is considered a controlled substance. So on my first court date, I find out the charge carries anywhere from 0 to 20 years.
What?
So when I got to the first court date, I found out, when they tell you what you're charged with, people, my case carried anywhere from 0 to 20 years.
The 0 part.
Well, I vote for that too, but the problem is, how does possession with intent to deliver marijuana carry 20 years?
But how can they prove that you were trying to deliver it? I don't like it. I want to fight it. The whole going.
It was bagged up into different packages, broke down into different quarter poundage.
Nice.
But
do you have a scale on you too, or what? Like
scales.
I know.
Just Just a bunch of smaller bags, break down to 3.5 pounds so it could fit in this little area. Needless to say, up to 20 years for a plant that's becoming legal all over the country is a little extreme compared to somebody who killed somebody and is only possibly eligible to get 14 years.
Yeah, that's
No, and I agree completely. How many months did Brock Turner get? Like 3 months or something? Brock Turner raped somebody and got 3 months.
What?
And a plant that literally cures people of medical ailments, children with seizures, and you've got pharmaceutical companies that are selling prescription drugs that are killing people for a plant that doesn't harm anybody. You're getting 20 years. It's disgusting.
Well, if you study the background, of the war on drugs and where it all stems from, it's almost a joke. It's a fucking joke.
Fucking Republicans.
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with the
not funny.
Republicans. It has to do with it actually has its core down into this movement into the early 1900s, and it's progressively.
Our first president, George Washington, grew and smoked weed. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's one of the founding fathers. What the fuck?
Opium addiction has been around since the beginning of time, and it wasn't a problem. At least as far as I have looked in the history, up until the turn of the century, and gradually things have gotten worse, and then we had prohibition, and then at one point our government allowed farmers to grow marijuana, and then told them it was illegal, and it was all like a cover plot to get money. And then it becomes then if you study even deeper, it turns into hypothetically into I don't know. I don't even want to go down that option, but it goes down some very dark holes. And let's just say the war on drugs is you'll never win because people are going to do drugs whether you make them illegal. So the war on drugs is almost retarded. And basically, what they're telling you, the government is telling you, is that you cannot put something in your body because they say it's not good for you and it's not allowed. And there's no argument. There's no nothing. It's very hard to get these drugs out of these scheduling systems. And then constantly, what you'll find is that drugs that have been labeled as Schedule 1 later turn up as prescription medications because they do have medical purposes. Holy fucking shit. And you know what? And people, you should never trust that. You should never trust your government because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't.
Yeah, nobody does, I find.
There's rumor that they're trying to even possibly legalize ecstasy now because I forget the medical purposes.
Oh, it's good for PTSD with combat vets. Same thing with LSD.
Yeah, it's just very crazy to me that May 3rd I could possibly walk into a courtroom and get sentenced. I doubt it, but I could get sentenced anywhere up to 20 years for a plant that is becoming legal all around the country.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all.
And my daughter's killer his case is coming to an end right now within the next few months, and the state told me that they're probably going to give him 40 years, and he's been on house arrest for a year and a half. I get time.
So, Mike, for the people that don't understand, let's explain a little bit about what happened with your daughter, if you don't mind.
She was in a car accident, August 31st of 2015. The driver, they had went to go get drugs. The driver couldn't wait to get to a house, so about half a mile, maybe a mile away from my daughter's house, he decided he was going to do heroin while driving the vehicle. Came to a complete stop at the stop sign for 2 seconds, then went to the stop sign and got T-boned. And in her door, the car spun, got T-boned again in the same door. She went unconscious, went into cardiac arrest 3 times in the ambulance, brain dead at the hospital.
So sorry.
So, yeah, and for him to not be arrested at the
For you to
time.
do more time, for you to do more time
Yeah.
for a man that commits murder,
Well,
is just insane.
he's not even going to do any time because he's going to get time considered served if he gets to 3 years based on a year and a half house arrest. So he'll walk free, never doing a day of jail time. Not even parole. So how does aggravated DUI even fit killing somebody? It should be manslaughter, and they won't do manslaughter because they say manslaughter means you intentionally were killing somebody, but it wasn't a murder. I don't know the difference, but he said they can't give him manslaughter. So needless to say, he won't do a day in jail when I'm going to go do some good amount of time for a plant. So I think we need to get these predetermined time frames that people get possibly sentenced to changed because.
Well, yeah, that is a big thing, redoing. Well,
I need a break.
I don't know. It comes down to, how should I say this? Because I'm not a big fan of laws or establishment or anything like that. But at best, people can push for getting these laws changed and overridden. I know people that have previous crimes and they steal like a fucking candy bar because they relapsed, and because they have in the state that they're in, they do, because they have this 3 strikes rule, they just got another felony and they're facing 25 to life for stealing fucking like $5 to $10 worth of shit, and the laws get so fucking ridiculous that it's like for my case, when I was fighting that drug case, the judge kept on saying, what I was doing was an explosion hazard to my where I was living at without doing any prior investigation, without seeing that I had made what is known in the chemistry world as a laminar flow hood, and I was venting out the gas very properly. But they didn't care. They did not care. They did not give a shit.
Jesus.
Shut up.
With love, only with love. I wish there was more we can do. I mean, as far as his case right now, I mean, we could petition. We can petition for evaluation, but with the laws in the state, there's not very much leadway. And he's correct. With so many states legalizing it and other countries legalizing it, I mean, there's so many cases, like, for example, in Arizona, is looking at 2018, us legalizing, but we had to wait for the ballots and the petitions and everything to go through for us to pass it correctly and not rush into it, because we want to make sure in 2018 when it passes that anybody that's been criminalized in our state is released.
That would be a good thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
there's still people doing time for that shit for in the 80s, for bringing over tons of marijuana.
Well, not everybody's been released in Colorado yet that's on drug charges either. So people that were on marijuana charges prior to Colorado passing, a lot have met a lot of obstacles. And these are the things in the legal system that need to be fixed, because it's a hypocrisy. It really is. I mean, if you think about it, you've got presidents of the United States who have smoked weed, but people are going to prison for it. Come on now.
Well, you know what a lot of countries have done, is what they did is they basically they decriminalized the drugs.
Yeah.
And it's been a better solution in the long run. Now, if you do that in a country of this size, you're going to see pockets of people just going heyday and crazy. But if all the money that they saved from keeping those people in the criminal justice system and just invested in public rehabs with medical facilities, if they want the help, they can get it. would be a better alternative solution. But to the war on drugs is something that the police state and the government is not going to win. It's going to be around, even if they have the most strictest law punishments. In some countries, if you get caught selling drugs, you get they can kill you for it or publicly cane you. But people will do it anyway.
Yeah.
And when you keep these drugs illegal, right, you create a breeding ground for criminal enterprises to pop up.
Yeah, hey, it's Portugal. The has since 2001, it's been decriminalized there.
I think that there are some other countries where they've gotten less strict. Don't quote me on it. I don't know. I'd have
Like that's almost like 50. That's like 15 years now. Like, wow, good for them.
Well, the war on drugs costs, the United States, including, that's not including the incarceration aspect, but the war on drugs costs us $40 billion a year. And the last time I did any research on the data was like 10 years ago, so it's astronomically larger than that. And then what we also see is that our own government, the CIA, has made money and distributed cocaine back onto the streets for profit. So... yeah, there was the cocaine too that crashed in. Where the hell did it crash? It crashed in Ecuador, and they were running a cocaine and gun ring stemming all the way from Iran. It was all a scam.
Yeah. Yeah, and like you said, it doesn't stop anybody. Like, the law doesn't stop anyone from using or selling or anything, right? So, like, what's the deal? Instead of bringing people to jail, we should definitely be bringing them to, places we can get help.
Well, that's the thing, is that they should just take out the whole criminality aspect out of the court systems, because what you're dealing with in a lot of these cases now, a lot of people don't use drugs for medical purposes. They use them because they wanna get high.
Well, I think that's a medical purpose.
Well, it is and it isn't. There's I don't know. I've worked with the as a drug and alcohol counselor for quite a while to know that when it starts affecting other parts of your life, financially, emotionally, physically, you can't hold down.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, because you can't get sober.
Yeah.
You start running into these issues.
True that. That's right.
But but what the government, what the court system should do is just completely take it out of the courts, because what you're dealing with a medically diagnosable disorder known as addiction, and a crackhead can't stop smoking crack even if you wanted to. You might be able to tie him down and not tie him down, but he's gonna smoke crack. An alcoholic's gonna keep on drinking. So what the fuck is the criminal justice system doing for punishing people because they have a medical fucking disorder?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, and that's what I was going to say too. Even aside from drug convictions, period, if somebody's got a mental disorder because they're getting high because they want to get high, that's still a medical problem in and of itself. It's just mental health, but yet they still just want to warehouse people when they should be investing into rehabilitation, period.
And they've tried that, and you know what? And I've worked with that population, the incriminated or the incarcerated population, and drug addiction, and they fail utterly. Mostly because it's not that the programs are failing; it's because of the requirements that you need to get in there and the waiting lists.
It's true. It's true.
Because if you have a violent offense in certain one of these programs, even regardless of whether you have or a pedophilia case, or you're an arson, or you got something besides drugs, in some of these states, in some of these programs, it deters you from entering into these programs, and I'm sorry, that's why it just needs to go outside of the criminal justice part.
Yeah, and see, that's what I fell victim to inside of prison, because I tried to get, go into rehab programs and education, and I couldn't.
Did you go to WestCare or Gateway?
No, they didn't offer me anything, just simply for the violent felony.
Yeah.
Hey,
and then
Judge.
it's bullshit because the violent felony in itself was. I mean, here's a little bit of background on it. I mean, I'm a tattoo artist, and you know, I went to the tattoo shop I worked at after hours, used a key to get in, and took some tattoo equipment home for the weekend because let's say, 30% out of 100 isn't much to take home to. So, I mean, you're forced to do what you got to do, and I took it home, and my boss found out it was me and dropped the charges, but yet the Commonwealth, I mean, I don't even care to say what state, the Commonwealth of Virginia considered, investigated into this incident. We're just going to pick up the charges because we have two people saying that you're the one that took it. So it was an easy conviction for them, and I guess that judge was just out for blood, and that's the justice system for you, is just trying to make examples out of the wrong people.
And have you ever noticed? Yeah. Have you ever noticed how whenever you have a criminal or any case that you go to the court case, it always ends up in a financial dispute, whether you get incarcerated or not. Maybe I'm the only one who can see spun on to that. I looked deep into that and found tons of videos for on a admiralty law and common law and where law stems from and how it really doesn't apply to the common people because it only applies to the people in the law system and the law enforcement community. Because the average citizen shouldn't have to know the laws and be held to some of these laws because it's written down someplace,
No, we shouldn't.
Yeah.
I actually beat a driving on a. Well, I didn't beat. I got it thrown away. A driving on a suspended case. I went into court and told the judge, "You don't need a driver's license to travel. You just need a driver's license to transport commercial goods." And the judge lowered his voice to me and said, "I see you've been doing your research.
Yeah.
Case dismissed. Have a nice day."
I saw a guy. Have you heard about that guy who beat the IRS when he was questioning whether the IRS was even legal?
I think I did hear something about that because they are not legal.
No, they're not.
Many things that we're going through, our Social Security is not exactly legal. There's many things that are not supposed to be in existence that are.
The constitutional problem. That's what I always talk about. That's where all this stems from, is from not being constitutional.
Well, yeah, gradually, I think since the 1850s, we've gradually moved from our Constitution more into a corporation, and it's worse than that. It's not even a corporation. We have what's known as an oligarchy, and it's for profit. It's not, and we do not have a democracy. A true democracy. It's not a democracy. It's a republic. And I got schooled on that about 10, 15 times. I'll probably get schooled on it again because I go back to that old thinking. But yeah, essentially, it's like it's a word. I don't know. More and more, our country has moved further and further away from the Constitution, and this is the problems we face today. Is why it was there, and one by one they're trying to take each one of our rights one by one.
Well, they can have all my rights. Fuck this country.
I thought the same thing,
I agree.
Because of my past, I can't go.
I'm gonna do what I want anyway. I know better. I know not to harm other people, so I don't need you to tell me what I can and can't do.
Yeah.
Don't worry about what I do to myself. Worry about what you do to yourself. That's it.
There's this false belief that government can solve all the problems, and they can't. They have, you have your better. What is it? You can have better. Try to do things better, but government can't get you there. They're not smart enough to be good managers to make all these things happen.
No.
Just because you have better beliefs, but they can't get you there. They always spend too much money. It always gets politicized. can twist it against you somehow. That's why you don't do it. You never give them any authority and money and power to do it. They'll abuse it every time.
It just feels like we're in a prison. We're in like a prison. Like we're in this freaking matrix, and there's no escaping. I mean, every time Trump says he's going to build that wall, or I read something on social media about that wall, I think it's to keep us in, not to let them in. It's to keep us in, because it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. I mean, worse. We see Trump spending billions of dollars on bullshit. When we have so many things here that need fixing and attention. You know, it's like I work in Scottsdale, Arizona, and let me tell you, the roads in Scottsdale where the rich people live are a lot better than the poorer communities. But when I see them paving a road that doesn't need to be paved, I literally want to bust out spray paint.
Do it.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious as fuck, man. I literally want a trunk full of it, because out here where I'm staying, I mean, the roads probably haven't been replaced in 30 years, you know, and there's businesses and stuff, and the economy here needs it more. Why do the people paying HOA get it? You know what I mean? It's just stupid.
It is stupid.
I think we need to like focus on some like one thing. Like what's that one thing?
Marijuana legalization.
Oh no!
I vote for marijuana legalization all the way across the board. Let's
getting
just
rid
do
of
it.
the central banks, hitting the elites, and taking down the system. It
Fed.
doesn't work.
Yeah,
Killing the
that's
Fed's
a
good
huge
too.
order there. That's a big order. Where do you start?
James said
Jody's got some still in the works. You know, just planning out a march on the Fed, and essentially what we need to do is like what was going on in Occupy Wall Street, and
No. Hey, have you read that dude's like the latest book, Mika White's book, The End to Protest?
No, I've heard of it though.
Yeah, he's like, yo, protest not working. Let's do something else. And he's all like, let's get into government. No, it's true. It's true. I've totally felt that vibe also. Like, how many times is this like seriously, ISIS is cutting people's heads off, and like, what do we have to do? You know, for shit to change? It's so crazy. Like, I just can't believe
there's only so many options.
Well, when it comes to changing and revolution, first you got to change yourself and your thinking.
True.
And a lot of people have, I have a lot of videos that I've watched have come across, not only digging that far, getting, spiritually in tune, with your surroundings, and whether that means getting in touch with nature or your higher power, that's up to you. And then start making a change in the world. But you got to you got to change yourself so you can try and change the world,
Yeah, definitely.
There is a lot of anonymous and different activism groups that have political parties because they do feel the same way that Mom does. Because basically, there's only so many ways we can fight. You know what I mean? And she's right, and the book's right. You could protest and protest and protest. I mean, we see Romania go ham with 500,000 people in the street. We don't quite have that here yet. And the only way to combat these things that we're facing might be our only option is to have people,
Or we do what they did in Iceland.
What?
What, the pirate?
No, Iceland. As George was talking about it last, a couple of nights ago, is that I think they've done it twice. Is the people they arrested their politicians and the bankers, and their economy was doing better, and I think they did it again.
It muted it. What did you say?
They arrested their politicians and bankers.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And you know what? If we went that far, Israel would be screwed. I'm just saying.
Well, no, not only that. I mean, it comes down to where always trace the money trail, and it's not a hard leap to see where the trickling down effect comes from. From the elite and how they weasel their way into politics, and who really has power and who's bought this and this guy. It's right there. It's on your money.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I vote to just overthrow them like other countries overthrow their governments.
I pretty much hope for that every single day, every single protest,
I can actually
and I
see you
watch
getting
it on
down and praying. You're like,
TV.
be like, dear something in the sky, I pray that you overthrow the government. The end.
Yeah, I don't pray because I'm not religious, but I will pray for revolution. I will pray for revolution. I'm not even playing. I will pray for revolution.
What does that look like? Like what? Like at what sign are we all gonna be like, yeah? And what do we do?
It looks very ugly, but I think it just takes a large amount of people. It's not going to be the 500,000. It's going to take one protest getting drastically out of hand, storming, kind of like Minnesota did, where they surrounded the police department for almost a week. If they would have took them extra steps, maybe it could have spread.
I would have went if I knew.
Maybe it could have spread to different areas and people seen, okay, Minnesota is not doing it anymore. They're standing up. It's time we all stand up. And that's what it's going to take is there's going to be a lot of people dying at first, sacrificial lambs. But then I think the rest of the people will say, okay, we need to stand up and don't let these people die in vain. And then it will happen.
Well, George was saying, what George was also saying, so you're asking for a revolution, but what sacrifice will you make personally?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's usually where a lot of people fall folly, is that, a lot of people will say that they want it, but they won't be willing to stand up because they're always afraid of going to jail, and that's a normal reaction.
Fuck jail. I'm willing to die for a better country for my children and my children's children. And I think that's why we're all here, if I'm not mistaken, is to make a better future for the next generations, because we already know our generation, the time we live in now, is fucked. Yeah. We can't change where we are now, but we can change the future. So anybody, in my eyes, who's afraid to stand up needs to step back, make room for people who
being Antifa out here in Phoenix, in a very Republican red state, filled with KKK and police officers galore, military bases, the whole 9 yards. Being Antifa, like literally, the facial recognition truck follows my friends and I when we're at a protest. If there's 200 people, it seems
like all bunch of black bloc just running around.
Well, yeah, I mean that's pretty much what happens, but don't judge us,
I'm not judging.
And the thing is we're the ones that want change, and we're the ones that are willing to sacrifice that, and we don't care at what cost anymore. And it's getting to the point where, there's not enough. There's not enough of us. What we hope someday that the 3 or 4 people can start that moment of change. But I mean, I was hoping with all the Trump protests that this was really it. I seen the streets fill up, and it was the week I had surgery, and I was fucking devastated. I mean, why is it I'm laid up in a hospital bed when the streets are alive? I thought the world was against me at that moment, but then in my heart, I thought maybe this is it. You know what I mean? Maybe this is the moment where enough people wake up, and then we see all the heartbreaking shit of everybody blaming George Soros. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me put it to you this way. I know so many people that live stream during Trump protests. If Soros really put all those people on the streets, then, and they're getting paid, well, most of us are not getting paychecks, okay? We have to ditch work, play sick, fucking quit jobs to go out and do these protests, you know what I mean? Color it irresponsible or whatever it is, but we put our activism first, Of course, supporting our family is important, but we are making the best we can, you know what I mean? And if there's more people with pure heart like that, I think we can get farther.
I can barely support myself. I don't care if I can.
That's
children. I have children, so my children come first, you know what I mean?
I don't want their money.
Yeah.
I want their blood.
We gotta stop working. Just how about that? How about that for something to do, demonstration of wow, look
like a mass, like a mass boycott where nobody works for a month.
Yeah, or
oh my god, that would be effing brilliant.
That'd be awesome. But what if we just started even 1 day a week or 1 day a month? and then just everybody gets comfortable with it, like little tiny baby steps, you know.
That's actually kind of huge. I mean, we see out here in Arizona a lot of activism groups like Puente and Boston Arpaio, I think, did as well. They would basically, during the Trump protests, they would have walkouts at school, and people are like, oh, all these kids ditching school, blah, 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 millennials this, millennials that. I mean, those were the biggest groups of people coming out were the youth that didn't want to grow up in the America that we're creating, you know. And I mean, it is what it is. If we all don't do some sort of walkout, stand up, I mean.
Well, what about like a Facebook walkout? What about that?
Oh, that would devastate Zuckerberg and his.
I know. His compound in Hawaii would be foreclosed.
And I would finally be able to drive up to his house and throw a flaming bag of shit at his house.
No, we would send him dildos.
What do you mean, like
for the lulz? For the lulz.
Stayed off of Facebook for a day.
Yeah, and like just.
There's not enough to make any impact.
You know what though? There's like 1.5 billion people on Facebook. It makes $175 billion. Like that's
okay. But you just did that number, and think about how many people are awake and would actually do that.
Yeah,
like
but all the
100,000 people. So Facebook is probably adding 100,000 accounts a day.
And allegedly, activists have went as far. Allegedly, I'm going to say this again. Activists has went as far as thinking about taking Facebook off the map. But I mean, that's only temporary. So allegedly, you know. But
well, the way he's running it, he's gonna literally run Facebook into the ground, like with what he's doing on the back end and stuff. You know, I mean, that's just the way I see it.
Facebook is not our problem. It's the way we all have networked together anyway. So
well, they've gradually moved away from.
It would just take away our communication.
Well, their original mission statement was to
migrate to somewhere else.
Yeah, we could, but we can migrate anywhere but minds.com because that's a cluster mess.
We just go to
I tried it
to underground forms of communication. You know.
But in the end, what is the point of that? Because Facebook isn't our problem. The government is our problem.
Oh, yeah.
It is, exactly.
Yeah, I just figured, I don't know.
And petitions don't even do anything anymore. I see people petitioning and it breaks my heart. Like change.org. I don't know how I got involved in this. I've been in activism for almost 10 years, so it comes to my email and I see these things of people wanting change, and I do them over and over again all week. Because I have hope, I have faith in me that, you know, love and unity will prevail, you know, and maybe one of these organizations that need the change, and they're all heartbreaking stories, you know, and for an activist, I want my Superwoman cape and I want to fix all this shit, you know what I mean? But I had to generalize it to one issue. I mean, we couldn't, if we took down the government, there would have to be some sort of establishment created. Sadly but true. I mean, if there was no organization or complete chaos, eventually there would be some sort of organization out of it, no matter what. It's just how society is, you know what I mean? It doesn't need to necessarily be a leadership, because I believe in no gods, no masters. But I mean, there would be some sort of hierarchies. It's just the way it is, you know, whether it's the thieves that rule the street or the cowboys versus the Indians, you know, it's always going to be like that. So I just think that the people that are in power now and the people that have been in power for the last few or more, it's just been crap. You know, you've got so much fucking
like we were
corruption.
Turned
Where do
into
you begin? Where do you begin?
Yeah,
Money.
the government's a corporation now. Like we were saying.
Money is the only answer. Get rid of it, and I think the world's problems will end.
Hey, I wouldn't give up on change.org, Rose, because I'm on that also. And what I did see happen.
Are you?
I am too.
Yes, ma'am. But what seemed to happen that I saw happen was you had a lot of these people that were trying to get clemency, or, you know, some case that was, you know, excessive, you know, times and so forth. And Obama actually pardoned a bunch of those guys near the end of
He
his
did, yeah.
administration. It
And
was so it takes time, but that's one of the few petitioning places that I've seen get any traction at all.
And that's why I got involved in it in the beginning. I mean, I think this was before I even gotten involved in it, way before I got involved in Anonymous, probably back in the MySpace days and shit. Like fucking, I think that as far as how the website is for example, whitehouse.gov, you used to be able to go on there and you could see petitions or people doing mass threads of shit going on, or wanting to pass things. And now with the website changed with Trump, there's really no transparency and communication between the people and the White House or the people and the government. So as far as the change in the petitions, I mean, you'd have to see what is the percent of actually passing, what is it going to even worth the investment,
Yeah, I mean, that's cheap to run. I mean, that's something that should happen. They're supposed to do that. In fact, Obama was good about that at first, but then they started changing the number of people it took to get looked at, and then they would hit the numbers, and then there were some petitions that because they were politically wrong that he wouldn't address. So his transparency evaporated pretty quick. The idea was great, but they didn't handle the We the People site very well. Not in total. If it was something they wanted, they'd always look into it. So,
well,
yeah,
if marijuana gets legalized across the U.S., we need a petition that everybody in jail is released that are convicted of that crime, because I mean, alcohol prohibition. Yeah, alcohol prohibition. I'm not sure if what they did at that time, if there was issues with people. Distilleries that were around back in the day. What did they used to call speakeasies? Back in the day, people were convicted of crimes of alcohol. It's basically the same thing all over again. Just history repeating itself.
Yeah.
What was better about that? Not that it was right, is that they actually had they had gone through and changed the Constitution to allow that to be put in, in there. Nowadays you just do it with agencies.
What exactly started the prohibition movement? That's something I don't even know.
Oh boy, yeah, that's a good question.
Somebody grab a computer. Let's do this.
Prohibition
I'm
of
on my cell phone.
marijuana?
Somebody grab a computer.
No alcohol.
The prohibition of alcohol.
There were some
I thought it
female
was
groups that were
because-
very much against it, but
I'm
There
sure
was
it
a-
had to do with I'm
Like
sure it
you
had to do with the pharmaceutical companies again.
Or you could drive fuel a car with alcohol. Probably, something like that.
well, you can, but yeah, that wasn't why they did it at the time.
No.
It was political, and
Like, that would be the oil guys not liking that. Those guys are jerks.
Oh, man.
'Cause I think I heard, like, the marijuana prohibition was because of the cotton guys.
The marijuana is because of every industry, pharmaceutical.
Everything. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're
there you
right.
go.
Too, yeah.
well, and
Everywhere.
it's
Because you got hemp. You got hemp that can do paper, clothes.
Yeah, it can do
It can be made
everything.
into about anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And the industry would be so huge for the United States. There's so many people not only without jobs, without the medical attention they need. There's so many different things that
Yeah.
I really think that marijuana legalization can fix right now. And I hate to sound like a pothead, even though I'm completely high right now, but I really think this is the way to go.
Oh, for sure.
There's streets that need to be fixed. Our children's schools. The Common Core education system. There's so many different things we have to revamp, and I think that honestly, we need money to do that. And if we can't take down the monetary system, then we have to find a way to fund what we need.
Yeah.
And I think that marijuana legalization can open a lot of doors. Look at the money that's went back into the economies from the states that have legalized it.
Also,
Yeah, exactly.
with that money, they could also invest in, rehabilitation programs, getting help
Exactly.
for people who need it. And addiction.
And I think-
Addiction is the untold story. It's a worldwide epidemic. It's not just here in America. It's everywhere.
Well, I'd love to work on a petition for international federal legalization of marijuana and the release of inmates that are in jail because of marijuana, and to see an allocation of funds, whether it's done by state or whatever, done to the medical field. I mean, legalizing marijuana would be enough to get universal health care. You know what I mean? Like, it's that huge. It really, really is. Because if it was legal in all those states, it would increase purchases. You know, the states that don't even have recreational use right now, that's putting money back into their economy they haven't even seen yet. You know? So there's... I'm going down the rabbit hole, sorry.
Yeah, I think, well, I used to, every now and then I'd still get to them as MPP. They were pretty good about getting these states resolutions. You know, they pushed Colorado and California
yes, I know who it
early
is.
on, and they, you know, their idea, you know, long term is to, you know, once they get enough states lined up and they're getting closer and closer all the time, you know, if they can get to about 30 to 35 states, you know, you can call like a state convention and then get it done federally. But it, you know, it's quite a battle. You know, it's hard to get that.
It is. I think
of the
that,
states
I
to
don't
do
know,
it
I'm not
right.
sure how many... I don't know how many states are legalized, but I know in Arizona, Safer Arizona, I know the guys, there's a team of about 300 volunteers this year. I followed them very, very closely over the last few years. They're absolutely amazing. They go out in 120-degree heats to events collecting signatures to get this passed. And they wanted to do this without funding from corporate entities. So marijuana legalization in Arizona is being passed. I'm pretty sure it doesn't involve the MPP because the locals, the law that was going to pass last year for legalization here stated that you weren't allowed to grow so many plants, you couldn't possess more than 2 ounces. There were so many stipulations, and they wanted to take the funding from taxes or whatever from the marijuana sales, and 90% of it was going to go to the government. And in Arizona, we wanted it to wait till 2018 because we want to see a larger percent of money that is made from this back into certain areas of allocation. We want to be able to grow at least 12 plants. We want a certain possession of a certain amount. We don't want them to stipulate that. You know what I mean? We want to be able to have more control of our, what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you want them
nobody
less
tells you how many,
control.
nobody tells you how many bottles of alcohol you could purchase. You know what I mean? And
Actually, they
it's
do.
down to the same thing.
They do. I've done it, and yes, they do.
Yeah,
I have
but
done
you
it.
can.
This doesn't
You
surprise
are not
me.
allowed
That's
to
Tyler, right?
yes. So I was, you know, I mean, got into in the Uber world of the underground market, which I was involved in at one point. Yeah, so you can't transport more than $400 worth of alcohol over the international border. I found that out the hard way.
Oh yeah, we used to just smuggle the bottles across the border in our pants. I had that did that for me. I grew up SoCal, sorry, but we at 18 years old and knew we could get bottles across the border in Tijuana. We would go across Revolution Bridge straight. We wouldn't even mess around, man. Otay border crossing, woot woot. We wouldn't fucking. We'd have 2 or 3 homies. We'd get a hotel. We would just go down there. We'd have the guys go across, get 5 or 6 bottles, and like the thing is, at this point, I mean, whether it's bought here, it's bought there, it's traded here, it's traded there.
Well,
Weed is still on the
they,
streets.
you know, they even do that. You know, something I completely sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Is that, you know,
No
there's ATF still goes after moonshiners, and it's so the enforcement is not as prevalent, but you know, they're still out there. You know, going after.
Oh, I know.
moonshiners.
I have friends that make moonshine in Kentucky. I'll tell you what. I hear about their little trips at least once or twice a year when they do. I got some moonshine. I'm about ready to get wild. I mean, like, you have things like absinthe and Everclear, and you have me
Absinthe.
personally.
That was
my
a
best
weird.
friend.
That was weird how that even got illegalized. Because the plants that you make it from have some psychotropic effect, but it's distilled in a way where you wouldn't even get the psychotropic effect from, because usually the chemicals that the original recipe are just precursors to synthesized drugs. So it only became a problem because it was I think it was in the late 1800s it was illegalized, somewhere around the early turn of the century, and it was a little weird, and it was just overhype and whatever.
Yeah, with more alcohol kills more people than anything I've ever seen. You know what I mean? It's up there with Israel, in my opinion. Alcohol is horrible. I mean, seriously, I have 2 alcoholic parents, and my best friend died 6 years ago from asphyxiation
no.
from alcohol. So, I
Huh.
mean, I personally, when I smell it, it makes me sad, makes me sick. I mean, I've
Yeah.
had friends lose parents in high school. I've lost friends in high school. I mean, it's been 20 years, but that shit sticks with you. You know what I mean? I've
Yeah.
lost so many people from booze in my life. I have no interest in it. Maybe once in a
Mhm.
while I'll have a glass of wine. I'm talking like every 3 or 4 months, but I mean, unless I'm feeling froggy, but I don't fuck with it. You know what I mean? And the fact that
Yeah.
the government blindly allows alcohol and pharmaceuticals for profit, it's just corrupt as fuck. And I really, really hope that legalization of marijuana is in our near future, because it's just ridiculous. It's a plant that isn't harming anybody. You know what I mean? And as a mother of a 14-year-old with ADHD, fucking seriously, the medication they want to put my kid on, the first 4 letters is meth. They're trying to order it through Child Protective Services. So if they try to make me give a pharmaceutical medication over medical marijuana to my child, I will fucking lose my shit. I will be on my first flight to Colorado and moving my children there, because who would want to put their children on something called meth? And there's so many
No.
benefits. I don't know,
I was on it.
but yeah, but he's 14. That's not right. My kid's like, Mom, why do they want to put me on something like meth? I'm like, dude, you know what? I can't do this. I'm like, because he knows
He's
knows
doing so
his
well.
mom's an
He's so
anarchist.
focused. He's doing his homework and talking to people right there. He's doing so great. So great.
But no,
Oh, man.
I mean, kind of like what Rose was talking about with people controlling the amount of plants and stuff you're growing. Like everybody thought that all the states would fall in line, and once DC went recreational, and DC highly regulates their pot trade. You can only gift marijuana. You can't legally purchase it, and it has to be 2 ounces at a time.
Yeah, see, and that's what Arizona's trying to avoid, is all those stipulations. Safe for Arizona, written by actual activists, wrote the measure we're trying to pass in 2018. I have faith that it's going to be passed in 2018, and I trust that everything that they mentioned on there, because they were trying to. Arizona is the kind of state that would be the first state to have DUI test for marijuana, even though I don't think it's even fucking possible. But Arizona's wild west bullshit would probably try to find one.
Well, I mean, here in Virginia, I mean, they'll I mean, if they think you're under the influence of pot or anything, they'll pull a blood test on you. And I mean, that's how I got my DUI, was I was smoking and I was intoxicated, and I got my first DUI over a court-ordered blood test to see what I was doing, because I passed the alcohol field sobriety test.
See, you have the right to deny a blood test. I mean, I would think you do. They ain't taking my blood unless I let them have it.
Not in
Well,
Texas.
see, no, I can't.
That's not exactly true, because what they will do is they will, if you do, I've seen it go down 2 ways. Either they will forcibly get the blood from you, or a denial of a blood or alcohol test is an automatic positive.
Well, see, how they got me is that as a convicted felon and with being on probation, I forfeit any right to search and seizure, and that includes bodily substances.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Hey, they're going to go after DNA now. Part of some of these proposed healthcare bills is if you don't give genetic material, to them, then your rates are going to be, so much higher. I mean,
They can have the genetic material off my dog's balls before they get anything off of me. I'm just saying, like, straight up, like, that is bullshit. In Arizona, they have 15 years of backlog of rape kits that they won't even pay to test.
Oh yeah, same here.
And if they can test the DNA for some stupid shit and not take care of things like that, oh man.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna
go feminazi on something.
It's so crazy that we're even just discussing weed, like with everything going on in the world. Like, fuck, what the hell? Like, come on, at least give us that. And then
I agree.
Deal with everything else. Like,
they need to legalize weed and make chocolate cheaper. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Sometimes
I
this
vote. I
world
vote
is
for.
so
I vote for
unbelievable.
Reese's at 50 cents. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, chocolate.
I know. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Oh my God, I got into the chocolate chips earlier. That's, when you have a problem when you're chocolate chipping.
Oh man, that's brilliant. See, that's what I'm saying. I just had like a total vision of Reese's. Babe, go to the store for me. He's like, no. It's funny.
But no, I mean, have you ever done any research at all into like how much it takes to actively like officially overdose off of marijuana?
It's
I don't
almost
think it's actually possible.
it's almost physically impossible.
It is physically impossible to smoke like 4.5 pounds in like a minute and 30 seconds.
No, it's definitely more beneficial than it is harmful. Like nobody's denying it. Like
Yeah, and I mean, you can't deny it at all. I mean, you see
no,
people
yeah.
out here getting drunk, and then getting in fights with their wives and beating the shit out of their kids. And I mean, honestly, everybody
Yeah.
here knows from personal experience. You smoke a joint, the only thing you're doing damage to is a bag of Doritos.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty sick that we're still even dealing with this.
Well, I mean that is a socio stereotype, but I have seen people with severe addiction issues, and when they smoke weed, it lets all their inhibitions out, and they become Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. So I mean
Really?
they have the stereotype of just people eating Doritos and stuff like that. That's just one aspect of it, but yeah, in general, um, a lot of people are just laid back, or some people
Yeah,
get
I mean,
hyper.
Yeah.
well, yeah, I mean that's just the individual person too, with genetics and how prone they are to violent outbursts and stuff too. So I mean, every drug and every substance that's considered controlled or whatever is going to have a different reaction from the
Yeah.
audience. I mean, some people marijuana is physically non-addictive, but I mean, I've seen cases where people are mentally addicted to it. But I mean, that's with anything. But I mean, it's definitely better than having your kid on Ritalin or Concerta or having alcoholics running around in your family.
Well, there's also a myth that marijuana isn't physically addictive, and I've seen thousands of cases where I have seen they're not like extreme physical withdrawals, but I have seen the manifestation of anxiety attacks from withdrawal from smoking marijuana. And I
Oh
have
yeah,
seen,
well,
I have,
and then
I have,
That's
not
just
I
sleeping as
medicating
well.
anxiety. That's
have, but
because
I've
it's
also seen,
medication.
well, I've also seen spikes in blood pressure, and what it's doing is you put something in your body, and it alters the way that your body functions. Your body's going to have an adverse reaction when it's not being put in there, and and marijuana is not the only one. You do with a lot of other substances out there, not just drugs and alcohol. So
Yeah, but nobody's, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't say nobody, but nobody's like sucking dick for weed, right?
keep the
I mean, it's not that bad.
Yeah, George is right. Yeah, it's psychosomatic, but the patients that were coming to me like that were using um high grade what was it? What are they
Yeah, like what
smoking?
are they getting? Maybe
Dabs.
I
They were
need a
like
new
strung out on,
dealer.
yeah, they were strung out on dabs and stuff, and they were smoking a lot.
Oh, true that. I haven't tried that stuff yet.
I mean, yeah, I've done the dabs,
Yeah.
and I mean, it'll make it chase the high for quite some time because it's. I mean, I can see where it becomes addictive then because. But for a lot of people, I think, like he said, it's psychosomatic. They just want that high, and it's 10 times better than what they're used to, so they're going to just do it until they just burn themselves out.
Yeah. We all want to go smoke a doobie right now, don't we?
No, I don't. I've been clean
Oh,
almost 15
yeah.
months.
Oh, good for you.
I don't
Well,
miss.
yeah,
I don't miss.
congratulations, man.
Yeah, I know. I don't. Weed wasn't my thing.
Oh.
But I mean, there are studies showing. I mean, I don't know if they're 100% verifiable or not, but I've looked into it, and it's saying that marijuana is a good option for recovering addicts too, because it gives them a high and it gives them that altered state of mind, and they don't want to go for their.
Hello?
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think he died off there.
Yeah, I think you lost the
Weird.
connection.
Hold on, I'm going back to my car.
Hey guys, I gotta let you go. I gotta go, but it was fun. Thanks for having me.
All right, Mom.
Okay. Good night.
Night.
Okay.
Night.
So what else are we talking about? Oh, somebody just joined.
Hey. The green
I think
mask.
did we lose the Facebook connection or no?
No, we're still here. Trey.
I haven't looked for the feed.
Yeah, because I mean, my girlfriend just PM'd me and she said that we disappeared.
What? We disappeared. Hold on. Because I had a. What? Did we disappear? No, we're still alive.
Are we?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's happening. Can you hear me?
Who's it?
It's,
Trey?
Trey.
Trey?
Yeah, man, it's Trey.
You need to be louder.
Where? I think it's because I haven't got my headset in.
You actually sound better without your headset.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
No, I can't.
Verizon man. Hey, do you know
Who's
there's
that?
a lady that wrote a book called Behind the Green Mask, and it's an Agenda 21 thing, but might be good reading for you. You're still behind the green mask.
I should be fucking sleeping. I'm lucky. My mum, I can talk quite loud at the minute because my mum's on night shift. So yay! I can be myself for once. I can talk. Fucking right, I can talk. I don't normally talk, I guess.
Somebody's bringing back that comment. Oh, God. So
well,
what's
better
on
be,
the
better be
so
careful over there.
Yeah, what's on the news front, Trey?
Oh, I just finished doing the movie, man. So I got it all loading up for that, man. It's gonna be
yeah. Send me the
ready
links
for tomorrow.
yeah, for tomorrow night. Yeah, because I
it's
was
gonna be awesome.
I was like after like my car breaking down on my start point, and then like $340 fucking later, I just went on. I walked 3 miles home, and I was just like, fuck today.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm just gonna be on the computer and focus on learning stuff.
Yeah, dude, this covers everything, man. I found information on Hotel Habbo, closed pool. I put everything in, man. All our routes, it's all in there. Everything to start
Sweet.
it off. So all the viewers will.
Also to our viewers, our sister Elle made a really good video last week, a couple days ago, for May 1st March. If you guys want to check it out, I think some of the anonymous pages are streaming it right now. I shared it. I got tagged like 15 times in it, but whatever, is promoting it.
I thought it was Op Safe Winter. I thought it's the one that she got the idea from my Op Safe Winter video.
I thought it was.
That's the one you're on
I thought
about.
it was the May 1st March one.
No, I think it's about the homeless and that. That's the one I've been tagged in anyway. I don't know.
I got tagged in the other one.
Oh, right.
Where does the water go? Where does the water go?
Ellie, you're taking my video play. Stop.
Hey, she's kicking ass since she got
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I know.
Not quite 5K yet, but she's doing okay. I hit 5K a few hours ago with the collective video, I think. So I'm pretty chuffed with that. 5K and 300 shares.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, man. Well, you know, it's what we need to do. We need to get our message out there. We need to fucking spread our word. Me, Arthur, and a few of us were working on a video earlier, and we put it on Facebook earlier, and it's already been censored. It's already been taken down with certain people can't see it. I don't know. I think I tagged you, Tyle. I don't think you can see it because you haven't commented. So,
I've been just frustrated with today. I mean, after the whole thing. So I was just on. I was just learning stuff and looking at instructional videos and just doing what I do best. And I was just like, today I was frustrated, man.
In one of those days.
Well, yeah, you know, I didn't expect to go to, you know, I was talking to you on the phone when I was at work and I was telling you what's going on. And, you know, I decided to push it another day with that problem with the car. And I was just like, yeah, my car's not going nowhere, dude. Not like that.
What have you been talking about then? The drugs and police and stuff, is it?
What?
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we can go a little more on that. You know, I was hoping some of our regulars would hop on. You know, if they want to.
Yeah. There was a situation today earlier in Joseph in America. I don't know if you know where that is, St. Joseph or something like that. And there was some peaceful protesters just went out to the plains to pray for everything that's going on. And then fucking military police just fucking showed up. It's being censored. They fucking tear gassed them all. They took guns out. They brought in a sonarized fucking Jeep with sound weapons. And you can see the radars on the van. And this footage got given to me by an anon. I can't say who because, you know, it's exclusive stuff. And I made the video and basically Facebook fucking censored me as soon as I made it. So it's pretty exclusive stuff. The media are blacking out the event. And it wasn't even that huge. Like, it was just a few people in the field. And then all of a sudden, there's fucking about 100 police with fucking guns and armored fucking jeeps and vans. It's fucking nuts. I just don't get it. Like,
hey, we need a police state. You don't like it? Hey, I heard your police over there are getting more. They're going to start getting guns and more gear too. It's coming to you guys too.
Oh yeah, martial law, isn't it? It's on the way. It's in the post.
Yeah, so talk now while you still can.
Yeah. Is Tyler still there? Is he gone?
Tyler's there. He is. There's two of them now.
It cut me off, dude.
What cut you off?
I was playing around with my app.
Yeah.
George,
I was trying to tell you.
George says Mark has my email. George, you're still in here. George, you're still in the chat. You can join on.
Yeah, Kyle, did you hear what I was saying about the event today? And it was censored and it was blackout.
Did you copy any like audio source or anything? Because that happens to me all the time. Like, you know, they have a program in the background, you know, that samples videos and audio, kind of like Shazam.
Yeah.
If you link anything to anything that's copyrighted or anything like that, Facebook will give you this weird warning, so you might have missed the pop-up. So
fuck 'em, put it up for me, man. Do you want to put it up for the viewers to watch?
I'm broadcasting. I'm broadcasting from my car. I can do it tomorrow.
All right, okay, yeah, we'll put it up with the movie. Is it? It's movie night tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll put it up with that tomorrow. That'd be pretty cool, man.
Well, you know, having
password.
Having a media blackout here in the U.S., I mean, that happens on a lot of things now. You know, there's just certain topics and stories that just do not get heard at all.
Yeah.
They go down the memory hole.
Yeah, a bit like Bilderberg Group, isn't it? They blacked out, didn't they? That happens every year, and no one hears anything about it in the media. They completely black it out, don't they? And David Rockefeller even said, "Thank you for fucking keeping our meeting a secret for, what was it, 40 years?" Did you hear that comment?
Yeah, they denied it, that it was even going on for a long time. I mean, they got away with it, you know, with that.
Yeah,
and then, you know, even now, most people, that you know, they think it's like some kind of conspiracy theory or some joke.
Yeah.
You know?
It's no fucking conspiracy. Every year, your leaders go in, well, they're not our leaders, they're not my fucking leaders, go into a room, and people who think they're leaders sit there and they fucking decide what's going to happen with the world. That's basically what it is. It's like fucking all the people that are in high places just sit around a fucking table and they fucking decide what will happen over the coming year.
That's in between prostitutes and all their other weird sex they're into, you know. Then you give a speech in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's after they've had a bit of fucking a few lines of coconut. A few coconut juice.
Or George, you can just send the information to the Facebook page, or just send it to me personally.
What's that? George, which George? George Lennox, is it?
Yeah, he
cool.
He lost that account, so.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
What account's he lost now?
I guess the email account that we have, so.
Right.
A password, so.
Right, so he'll be on shortly, Anya.
I think so.
Cool. He probably knows about the event I'm on about with No TAPL. I don't know. He probably knows more than me. He is pretty, you know, the guy to go to about an OTPL.
I got this new email.
Nice. What about Matt? Matt could come on as well, maybe.
I lost Matt's email. It's like I didn't lose it. It's like buried in like a bunch of notes.
All right.
I am sorry. I wrote it down and then I lost it. I'm old school sometimes. I'm copying this.
So, who's on the panel right now, guys? It's Stephen, is it? Oh, right, Steve.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, dude, I was speaking to you the other day, wasn't I?
Yeah. I remember. I'm good now. I've got the relations.
Did you hear about the event today?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
Praying.
No, I didn't hear about it until you just said something. I've actually been out all day looking at new vehicles, but
all right, George, you're on. You got the new email.
Definitely going to look into it when I have some downtime.
Yeah, man, they were all just like praying about no TAPL in the fields, and then like within about, I don't know, half an hour, they were just surrounded and fucking cut off by military, armored police. They tear gassed them. They just wouldn't let them go. They were running through the fields trying to get away from them, and then the footage got leaked. I got hold of the footage. I made a video with a few other anons. We got it out there, and then FB censored us because a few people said that they haven't been able to actually see the links that I've tagged them in, and then other people have said they can. So it's been censored only in the places where I think that it's happening for you guys. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I mean, I haven't seen anything in it, and I haven't seen you share anything about it. So
Right. So that's probably why then. It's probably your area.
Jay, let me go to your page.
Yeah, cool. No, it's not on my page, man. It's on Arthur's page. It's on Lulsec, and it's on my anonymous friends. It's on there as well.
is it on the My Anonymous Friends page?
Yeah, man. It's on there too.
All right, let me look to see if it's got it on there from you.
Because Chewy couldn't see it. Chewy had to screenshot me to show me that they were censoring me. He said, "Jay, look, you can't see." And I was like, "What?" And then other people said the same thing. And then Danny he told me that he could see it, and it was just certain people who couldn't. So I was quite mad, like really mad.
You think did you put it on public?
Yeah, man, I just uploaded it. That's all I did. I made it for Wolfie. Like, I'm not going to say his first name, but he knows who he is.
I think I have an issue because I think I got booted from the page.
Shit, did you? Why'd you get booted?
I have no idea. I just went to it right now and it said
oh
join
my
group.
God. If you got booted from Anonymous Friends, you must have done something fucking... Tyler, did you just hear that?
Yeah, I'm one of the moderators. I
know
see
you are. That's what I'm saying. So if
I don't know, man.
I didn't do it, dude.
Did Matt boot me?
Oh my God, dude! To get booted from there, you must have done something so vile. What did you post?
Not actually. I mean that group has been a problem for like.
I know.
Dude, I mean, I haven't even really posted anything. Like, I mean, I posted something about the people that were posting the dumb shit.
Oh, where did the water go? Oh, fuck. It's that page is a total.
Well, here's the deal. Like, and my anonymous friends and to my anon brothers and sisters who are really out there, really being active and really know what Anonymous is about, and what we do, it's a good place to be posting anon stuff and educating, the people that come in that kind of want to know about Anonymous. It is a great place for that because what I see in my anonymous friends is a lot of, hatred towards Muslims and hatred towards this group and that and this and that. And, I mean, essentially what it's become is I hate this. No. I mean, when you have 160,000 people in a group and you have fucking everybody got their own opinion, we need to make the people that come in that want to be in it, my anonymous friends, just kind of educate them, do some more anonymous artwork, anything to, get them more interested in Anonymous,
Okay.
It is sounding like 4chan on.
I think somebody stole your page, man.
Huh?
I'm on your page. I was looking at somebody else's page. They made another page, and it's only got like 370 members, and that's the one that I was looking at. I'm still on yours and Matt's.
Oh, right. Okay, that's cool. What I was trying to say was, yeah, anonymous friends is becoming. It's becoming a bit like 4chan. People can just say what the fuck they want, post what the fuck they want, and no one is saying anything. That's what's happening.
Well, yeah. No, it's not only that. Like, you know what? My only pet peeve, and this is like my biggest pet peeve, when weasels into that group.
Yeah.
Is the mass spamming advertising, and it's not the ones that are like oh, check out my business. It's not those ones. It's the ones where like the get rich money scams. And I'm like,
right,
I'm just like, oh, that's my only pet peeve.
We'll talk to
to
Lucas.
Hey, this is George, everybody.
Hey. All right, George.
Yeah, I want to address my anonymous friends real quick. Last night, another person and I were having a conversation about what's going on with anonymous friends, and it's not. And I was going to make a post about it and give people the warning that we were going to clean house, which we did.
Yeah.
As most people can notice, is what was happening was that you know, My Anonymous Friends is supposed to be about, like Tyler was saying, educating people on Anonymous, about Anonymous. And a lot of the Anonymous posts were getting lost within the bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think what people need to understand about pages, and, you know, most people know the pages I work on, whether it's Medic, Safe Winter, Anonymous Indigenous Unit,
We Are Legion.
World Revolution. Check it out. Page, great stuff. Is that, you know,
I was just basically saying, George, I put you on.
Focused. Well,
Yeah.
we try and stay focused, Jay. You know that. Tyler, you know that.
Yeah.
You know, with a Pages Anonymous Indigenous Unit, you know, we're not going to post, you know, what Trump's doing about, you know, internet censorship, because that's not what it is. And same with Medics. We're not going to post a lot of stuff on Medics unless it has to do with Medics, because that, and so with Anonymous Friends, it's not censorship. It's, you know, it's trying to keep the original idea on that page. If you want lulls,
Yeah.
you want to hate Muslims, go to a Hate Muslims Anonymous page, okay?
Hey George, are you tuning in for the movie tomorrow? I've made a movie on the groups of Anonymous. You're gonna love it, man. I put
I usually
in.
do. I generally tune in. You know that.
Yeah. I put
tune in.
Hotel
I
La
don't
Habbo
watch
on there and
it
everything.
anymore,
I put Hotel on there. I put 4chan on there. I put some good shit on there. You really enjoy it.
Oh, I'm sure I will, Jay. You do good. You do really good work. And if no one's checked his videos out, definitely check it out. You guys are talking about Elle, who is absolutely beautiful and amazing, sis. You know, her video will bring you to tears if you have not watched it.
I've seen the Safe Winter one, isn't it?
Well, it was kind of Safe Winter, but it's more for the May 1st march.
It's a mix. Oh yeah, Tyler, it is the same one. It's like a mix between them both, isn't it?
Yeah. It's basically what's humanity, man. It's reaching out to humanity. And
yeah, it is good.
That's all. Hey, Preston, good to talk to you, brother.
Hello, George.
Anyhow, so that's my 2 cents on My Anonymous Friends.
Yeah, dude,
freaking out.
George, have you seen the event from earlier? The thing I tagged you in. I don't know if you could see the post because I was getting censored on.
I did, yeah. And Chewy gave you a way to do that. I'll follow that, and if he can't do it, Mark might do it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But anyhow, yeah, I'm gonna put on mute, and I have something to say. I have to say, you guys are having a really nice conversation today. So, you know.
No, you can keep talking.
Nah,
cool.
man. When I talk, Preston stops talking. I like Preston. Preston has a lot to say, man. He's too quiet. He needs to get that voice heard, man. I can babble for hours.
I love Preston's laugh. I do. And when we were on about the bacon, and then Preston just came out laughing.
He has a menacing laugh. Like, don't fuck with me, you know.
Oh, is that
right? See, there it is.
It's like Michael Myers is going to come and fucking kill you in the middle of the night. Like.
That with Michael Myers, you know?
Yeah.
I'm going to put my mask back on. I heard Trey the first time.
George wasn't here when Ron lost his mind and he started talking about bacon for an hour. I wasn't there either, but I fucking watched it back. It was fucking crazy.
All the bacon. Oh my god.
Yeah, Tyler was talking to Ed about anarchism and
hydrogen fuel cells.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, then Ron just turns up and goes, "Oh, Tammy, yeah, I'd love some bacon, crispy bread." And Tyler. And then he didn't stop talking about it for 1 hour. Oh, I love him though. He is a good guy. I like Ron.
But Jody, if you're still listening to the show, man, send Tyler your email. Jody's doing a real nice work with End the Fed guys. And
man.
And for those who don't know, I was a co-founder of Occupy Wall Street. So
Jody's in here.
Jody's in here. Jody, you should call on in, man, and let's press this Fed stuff. And it's being overlooked, man. And Jody and I are on the same page. Is this? You want to get to the beast, you go to the money.
That was kind of like what Op Icarus was doing. But if we do the same thing, boots on the ground, like that, That's the belly of the beast, like you said.
Well, that's it. I mean, the same thing they're trying to do with the whole divest from from the oil is you go after money, and
guys,
they're
the money
eventually going to listen.
Guys, the money isn't backed by fucking anything. The gold standard has gone away. It's backed by legal tender, which means it's fucking monopoly money, which means it's worthless.
It's fiat currency. It's dictated to you. That's what fiat means.
Yeah, it basically means it's worth the amount that circulates, isn't it? It's not worth any. It's not backed by anything in particular, but it's like it's the money that goes around that circulates it and makes the value show up on it and stuff.
Well, actually, with every dollar that gets printed in circulation, it essentially devalues the currency.
It actually it's in debt as well. You get in debt to every dollar
essentially. Well, I mean, every dollar that goes into existence is already debt based anyway. Hey, Jody.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jody. Yeah, man. Let's let's talk. We're talking about End the Fed, Jody. I'm glad you came on, man. This is George. We've never talked, in person, but I follow you. I know you follow me, and we, follow each other for a while. And you're doing the End the Fed, and let's talk about it, man. Let's wake some of these new people up who don't understand the importance of it. About what's going on. Do your thing.
Hold on, guys. I'm trying to get into a quiet room at the moment.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh no, I echo again. Remember the last time? Bloody hell.
Yeah.
You echoed us all.
Anyways, so yeah, I've been on here several times talking about this before. For those that listen all the time.
Yeah, man.
Okay. But you guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But basically,
Oh my gosh.
Was that Tyler?
No, that wasn't me. Sounded like somebody dropping their phone.
Someone farting.
Was that Jay?
Yeah, man. I had a big bit of wind come up, and it was like.
Was that you, Jay, that made that noise?
No.
sound like Jay falling down the stairs. I'm like, is Jay okay? Jay had a few pints today. He'll be fine.
Yeah, man. I had a few jars. I was following Daniel.
But yeah, I'm really excited. So it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The Westboro Baptist Church is coming to town to 4 locations, and I just cannot stop thinking about it. I'm so excited. Wow. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'm going to hold my piece of paper out there and scream at them, yep. James is such a smart ass. So what you gonna do? Hold your paper out there and scream at him? Fucking ass. What the hell?
Make a proper signboard. Whenever I go to a protest, I make a proper. I get cardboard and then I cover it with paper and sellotape all the paper down and then I just write mad shit. Fuck you, Illuminati.
See, I want to write Baptist stuff. Lives don't matter, or I want to find something fucking.
Yeah.
Or because I want to write God does love. No, James said don't say that.
Baptist,
sorry.
Are you mad, Baptist? Where's the water go?
I am really like. One of the pastors here in Arizona, this Baptist church, we had the displeasure of seeing one day. James told him he was going to dry hump his mom. It was fucking great. But we have this pastor. His name's Dean Saxton. And the Westboro Baptist Church is coming out here to one of his churches. This guy went to high school and a college screaming women deserve to be raped, and a chick hit him over the head with a baseball bat. Her name was Tabitha.
Holy shit.
Oh, my shit.
These are bad Baptists. Like, they're really, really bad.
Well, if it's anything like another West Baptist church, thing, Rose, you'll have, I know out in the regions I've protested them, the 18-wheelers show up, the bikers show up, and they're just drowned out completely by noise, and he put up a human wall.
Oh, I know who Jess is now. That just clicked in my head. Okay. Duh. Smoke more weed, Riz. Smoke more weed.
Chase them.
I'm like, no, I'm cool, but fuck it. I don't know what we're going to do. I can't wait to see what the Antifa plans. Oh, we're going to make an event page. There's already conspiring. I mean, we're taking this more seriously, like just as serious as like a anti-Trump protest right now. Like Westboro Baptist Church coming to town. Like, phew.
I just ordered my new mask.
About spending whole paychecks on.
I just ordered my new mask for the and it's sick. It's really
do us
sick.
proud, Rose. Do us proud, darling.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking terrorize him. I'm so excited. I'm talking Doc Marten steel-toed boots. I'm like, I'm ride or die. I'm ride or die. I've got like 15 different color bandanas. I'm gonna grab my black one.
Just because you're Doc, just because you're.
I don't wear bandanas. I wear the Schaefer's. Do you know the really big bandanas they are? I don't know if you know what they are.
Oh, yeah, the breather, yeah. I want to order those some offline. I haven't got that far yet, but I will someday.
But anyhow, while Jody gets ready, for everybody, I don't know if anybody's listening, but we're going to talk about the Fed a little bit since Jody came on. Rose, are you cool with that? You're against, you're against.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. For those who don't know, the Federal Reserve is more or less a monopoly. It is the central bank of the United States. It is not federal at all. In fact, it is a corporation.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Something happened.
George is gone, is he? Why, whenever we talk about the Federal Reserve, does shit happen, Tyler? Yeah.
Oops, I lost my feed there.
Well, yeah, there you go.
There you
Dude,
go. But
whenever we talk about them,
basically what the Fed does, like I said, I'm just going to set up Jody here. The Fed literally it loans money into existence.
Yeah, I know.
It's not backed by anything, and it's because you have to understand when the dollar was first introduced, the definition was a weight of silver, 371 grains.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's a group of banks running it's a counterfeit. It's a counterfeit operation. And
cartel.
A cartel, and everyone's a slave to it,
including our governments.
And if you look at
now, what happened to the gold?
Oh well.
What happened to the gold, George? What happened to the gold?
The Vatican and all that have the gold. I think.
Oh yeah, Queen Elizabeth has the gold.
She's the head of the Illuminati, but everyone thinks it's the
Rothschilds. And I'm not joking about.
I agree with you.
I heard in Germany, Rothschild was actually when the German banks were going downhill earlier this year. He was out buying fucking gold.
Oh,
yeah. The gold is what was supposed to reinforce the Federal Reserve to begin with. I guess we had a whole bunch of gold that was Germany's that we were supposed to be holding, and now we owe Germany a shit ton of money because all the gold is gone. What my understanding of it is.
Right. Well, check with Queen Elizabeth and the Vatican. They're the two places to check. With where the
Catholics.
Yeah. It's a shame.
Queen Elizabeth.
We can. I don't want to say waste our time because there are plenty of issues like West Baptist Church and bigotry and fascists to address. But I think we need more people again behind and the Fed. And in the comments, Tyler was saying was, I'm all for everything we do, everything activists do, whether you want to call yourself an anon or not. That's that's personal. But no, I'm not gonna go there. Like I said, everyone has their own personal views on what anonymous is, and that's exactly how it should be. But you know, what we have to understand is, you know, activists. There's a lot of activists who are not willing to make that sacrifice. And Angie, Eagle, and I, hi Angie, we're talking in the comments also. And you know, the No DAPL protesters really put it on the line. They showed what, in my opinion, true protest is. By you take, you know, you give up everything, and there is a thing going on right now, and I believe everyone sees it. And there's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk about what's going on. But, you know, I'm not going to throw this out, but, you know, who on the panel has been swatted? You know, who in the comments has actually been swatted? And who's willing to do that? Who's willing to lose your house, your home, your kids?
Me? I ain't got nothing to lose.
I've got people that can verify it. I went through it about fucking ago, right before I moved in here. I've been moving to different residences every 3 months.
I've been watching.
Every 3 months. Every 3 months I'm moving. And fucking, you know, and because I'm a street activist, I put my ass on the line, you know, and if it's not the feds breathing down my fucking neck, showing up at my kid's fucking school. I mean, you've got them questioning and asking shit and saying shit to my children wouldn't even know, you know, and it's because of what we do. It's not just social media, it's activism. They're going to try to silence us any way they can.
Well, Rose, when you do protests, you should black block. You should totally cover your face. So they have no recognition of who you are. I never.
Yeah, even if I ride public transportation to the protest when it's 120 outside and you still got to protest, you're showing up in a fucking car with air conditioning. Trust that. So they get your license plate.
But you see it just like I do. Is how many people are willing to make that sacrifice, Rose? And you know, we
there's not a lot.
No, there really aren't, and that's one of the things. And don't get me wrong. Please do not misconstrue my words, everybody. Everyone who has a heart and is an activist has a purpose. I don't care whether you're on social media. I'm tired of hearing the term Facebook Anon, because you know what? Without Facebook, anonymous and activists may not have ever mobilized the way they have worldwide.
It would have died a long time. It would have died a long time ago. This has given us a chance to re-network and rebuild.
Right.
You know, even though
it's just like you and I, you know, we've agreed that it's never going to die, but it certainly would not be on a global level. And the most recent example I want to use is, again, No DAPL, because when No DAPL first started, it started with a very small amount of people, and I'm not touting.
It did, in July.
Right. And they say, what has Anonymous done? What has Anonymous done? I'll tell you what Anonymous
been there
did,
since day one.
Anonymous, we have been there since day one. We had we were part of, there were 15 councils. We were part of a secret council that was going back and forth with them. We didn't have anybody at the tables, but we were in constant communication on the phones with them every single day for hours on end, seeing what we could do. And Anonymous.
Yep, I'm still in fucking Facebook chat groups regarding No DAPL, and I literally have family from Rosebud, so I mean, that are registered through the BIA. You know, that natives say they got papers. My nephew has papers. My brother-in-law has papers.
Right. Exactly.
So we watched it. We watched it unfold.
You know, and I'm not saying Anonymous is the reason No DAPL blew up, but Anonymous did play a role in getting the word out, because there's one thing Anonymous can do, and that's get word out real quick. And anybody who is involved knows that if you put up a post that resonates with people, and you get a couple of good people to blast that, I'll tell you what, you know, you can really get the word out very quick. And I'm talking to people who normally would not be involved. So don't underestimate.
Put your photo up.
Oh, we got Terrence jumping on.
We made a few videos, didn't we, George, for No DAPL?
We did a great job. You know, and like I said, I'm not saying Anonymous, you know, was the reason it blew up, but they definitely played a role. And you know, Facebook.
I started tagging up No DAPL as soon as I could, and I had a lot of heat from in the beginning. I do gotta say,
you remember
there was a lot of people that.
Oh, we got that.
Anonymous involved. I mean, I got kicked out of I got kicked out of indigenous groups because of our support. They just didn't want it, you know. And I'm not saying that all natives didn't want it, because when I went to my family and told them about what happened, and they know who I am and what I do, they were upset and they were hurt, because they know from day one, when they were sharing pictures of their family and their first cousins that were there at Rosebud since June, July, before it even hit social media or media, they know that I was concerned about the situation as it started, you know, so they know that our heart's in the right place. And there's too much division. There's too much division. It's not about what color you are, nothing. It's about...
Right, there
Sorry,
there was division on the
getting on, guys.
Hey, Terrence.
Hey, Terrence.
Hey, Terrence.
There was division on the ground also.
I picked the perfect time. I was sitting here like, what? I gotta get into this conversation.
Terrence, the perfect one for the group.
But with No Dapple, you know, like you said, when we first started Op No Dapple, we were getting flooded with stop.
We were. I was worried about it. I think I might even mentioned. I might have even wrote you, George, and told you about it. Like,
and that was one of those times. I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but because of what was going on and who we're supporting and how varied the anonymous community could be, like, I made it extremely clear that, look, I'm going, right? We're all more than welcome to do our own thing, but I'm going regardless on whether I have the support. And it was almost immediate that even the people that were saying no were like, all right, yeah, okay, yeah, you do need to.
Well, I have a theory on that, Terrence, and maybe you can back this up. Like I said, when we first got involved, we started Op No Dapple, and we were contacted immediately to back off. And we did drop Op No Dapple, okay? We did drop the Op part, but we still supported No Dapple. We even took the first anonymous indigenous unit page down.
I remember hunting from the pictures the first few days, looking for G4S. We think we got something in the photos. What's the name of this private security company? We went fucking hard, dude.
Yeah.
There was people watching YouTube videos, looking screen by screen by screen.
Right, and that's what they were afraid of, and that's where the tribal council got really upset, because they know what we're capable of. We know that we tracked down every single person that harassed. And
the lady with the attack dogs, we went after her kennel. We did not give it. We had no fucks given.
Relentless. And I don't know exactly where I had went there as, you know what I mean, with the primary goal to stop the media blackout, right? So high-speed internet, people being able to live stream, because it went to, you know what I mean, there was no corporate media there, and they deliberately would not mention us in the news. The president.
Right, Terrence. Well, Terrence, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not going to say what you're, because I know who you were when you were really big on getting the tech set up, because someone actually contacted me and they're like, "Do you know this dude?" They're like, "This guy's going around saying he's this person." I'm like, "Well, he's not that person you're saying." But I said he is incredibly tech talented, and allow him to do that. And so you were huge in making sure communication stayed up out there. So props.
And that was, I mean, that made a real point. The people all over the world that have been silenced, that, I mean, even in the police brutality, and I mean, it extended beyond all of the places, war zones, Palestine, right? We started flying the drones at the same time that people in Palestine also started flying the drones. We were talking with them on, look, we have to show the people, especially in places that have media blackouts. You know, if they say, hey, you guys cannot look at this is like the number one reason to look at it. It's because they're doing something wrong.
Right. But we brought awareness to the situation that was going on there. And, you know, when, like you said, anonymous, like you said, Terrence, was at first not welcomed. And for those of you who don't know, Terrence, I think you and I talked about this in the past, is we were asked not to don our masks there to show unity with the tribe.
Yes, and you know, I got the same thing. I tagged Anonymous in an indigenous group, probably 100,000 people, and I hashtagged it Anonymous when the op first started, June, July, and I immediately had the admin telling me, you can't do that. And these are the people that said you couldn't do it. Right, and I told him, I said, it's not going to stop me, so kick me.
we come from such a wide variety of activists, of social networkers. When it comes to Anonymous, of protesters, you know, there's a lot of misconceptions out there about, you know, who we are, you know, from black hats to white hats to everything in between. So there was a moment there where they really wanted to see what these guys were planning on coming here to do. You know, are you coming to start trouble? Are you going to make things worse? Once they saw,
and we got to remember too, the natives, a lot of the natives are older, and they're from a different time and a different set of views and culture.
Well said, Rose. It did take us coming out and saying, look, we're here as water protectors. We're only here to protect the camp, and we're the best set up to, you know, we have those skills to do things like that.
Right,
that
and now
was
we're welcomed in
arms once they saw that we were there to protect and not there to do harm to the other side, to do any of that. You know, once they
we
saw
weren't there for violence, and that was the big thing, is they thought, you know, that we were violent, and we were like, "Well, are you kidding?" I mean, this went on for this debate, and I think, Terrence, is when you went out, and that's when I got a phone call from somebody on the council, and they're like, "Do you know this dude?" And I'm like, "Yeah, he's cool." They're like, "All right." They're like, "Will you vouch for him?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll vouch for him." And I was like, "What is he doing?" Then he told me what you were doing. I'm like, "Let him go. Let him do his thing," you know, and.
Yeah, guys,
you really did a great job.
It got...
I don't want to stroke your dick too much, but you did a great job.
No, I mean, look, and it's one of those things where, we're kind of talking about the things that we did, but so much is done at the camps positively. It's like a drop in the bucket. You know what I mean? Like, that was part of a whole, community whose goal was to bring light to what was going on, to the pipeline, to fossil fuels, to indigenous rights, to police brutality, you know what I mean, to corporate infiltration of our government. You know, there was so much that was going on.
Well, that's
it showed us the mistreatment of the indigenous tribe grossly from the private security hired from the oil pipeline. They're actually independent contractors hired from the government, and probably not the pipeline, and the hiding of information on such a large level from the EPA. So obviously there's concern that they don't want us to know about, and it also gave us the opportunity to show worldwide the issues here in America that are being silenced by media with violence and corruption from the police department. I mean, we literally have people attacking us on land where we are citizens for oil.
Right.
And it's us attacking us.
There's a meme that's going around.
We're being attacked.
Do you remember when America?
Ted, what you guys, can I talk a minute? What do you know about the event today with No THL?
Yes, we'll go back to that though. Let's go back to that, JC. Let Terrence is going with that.
I don't know if it's me that's breaking up real bad.
I think so. Go walk in the bedroom.
No,
go walk in the bedroom. Because your phone's making my phone squeak. I know it's because he's like 2 feet from me with his cell phone.
I'm gonna turn off those scanners.
I don't want to play video games. Babe, take the video games. Okay, I'll switch it.
Why don't you turn the IP sniffer off of it?
Right now is the U.S. is attacking its own country for oil. But the reason how there's two ways I got involved with this.
Okay, it's not James's fault.
Number one is my little brother lives on a res in New Mexico with his wife.
And that's our next stop is we're going to New Mexico to check the radiation levels on some of the uranium mines.
Oh, very cool.
Really? When are you doing? Are you guys going down to Mexico?
Well, New Mexico, and it's the Navajo reservation, and the deal is we're going to use the drones again. I know you guys saw our drone project,
Yep.
Standing Rock, but basically the radiation is too high for even people to really go, to even go in there for any amount of time. So what we're doing right now is retrofitting some of the drones with both a little bit of shielding and Geiger counters. And we're going to fly the drones into the hot zones, take the samples with the Geiger counters, and hopefully fly the drones back. But this place is a nightmare. When some of these companies closed up, they just left the mines completely open, right? So, I mean, the whole place is radioactive. It literally is a nightmare.
Christ.
These are pits that they dug down from what I understand, I haven't been there to see it with my own eyes. Like, we'll be down there. But the waterways and the aquifer underneath the reservations are also now radioactive. But yeah, that's our current.
I don't know when you're planning. I don't know when you're planning to do this, but I don't want you to say too much on the air. But I am a few states away, and I can help you with more boots on the ground. If you're like really, really doing this, and you guys are gonna make a stand, like that's serious. Because I mean, Fukushima absolutely terrifies me. Terrifies me.
And this is this is one of those. I mean, it's a whole nother engineering issue. We have the cold and the winds to deal with it, and the dust to deal with it.
Yeah.
Here we've got to deal with radiation, and that's going to be a whole new headache to deal with the drones. But I reckon if we fly super high, like our max, with the FAA limit, which is like 500 feet, and then drop straight down and take back off, we'll be in the radiation zone for as like little time as possible, and hopefully we can keep our stuff from falling out of the sky, because you guys know that electronics do very poorly in high radiation zones. The robots that they were using at Fukushima are all, they were in there for 2 hours, and they had to shut them down. So,
Terry, what do you know about today's event with no Dapple? There was an event today, and it was blacked out.
Well, okay, I've got confirmation that oil started flowing yesterday. And I haven't posted it on our sites because fuck them, right?
Yeah, well, I released that yesterday, Terrence. I put that out yesterday that we have confirmation. So that is.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's something to take into consideration. At the same time, right, mark this on your calendar. This marks the end of the fossil fuel industry. I know they're planning on.
Go
ahead.
I got footage from today's event. They had like a military police they were praying in fields, basically, just praying for everything that's gone on. And then the police just showed up, all armed, and they tear gassed them. And I released the footage on Facebook, and Facebook censored it straight away. So
I've got the pictures and video from Peace at Standing Rock that had posted it earlier. And that was kind of when we started making the extra posts on the congressional site and all of that. Look, when it comes to, I don't know how else to say it. When you look at these marches, when you look at the police tactics, when it comes to minorities, they really like beating the fuck out of us.
Right.
It's true. When you look at that compared to the protests that were, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, between the Trump rally and the anti-Trump rally, that people were fighting and brawling and hitting each other and all of this stuff.
Terrence.
Yeah, go ahead.
Working on an op right now. A girl on March 17th, her name is Dolores Imodine. She's a Native American from Alaska that moved out here with her 4 children and her husband, middle 20s, early 30s, young mom. They were looking for a shoplifter, same build, same hair color, with like a wild purple color long. A cop followed her out to the car. Didn't open the car door. He opened it and climbed onto her lap. When she resisted arrest, he punched her in the face and choked her.
Yeah,
okay, this is all on video that went viral. Now, they never charged her with shoplifting. There was never any Walmart footage, and a bag was never recovered. The reason why the cop was trying to arrest her. Now they're trying to charge her with resisting arrest and assault, as she screamed in a video that went viral. They're choking me.
Yeah,
and again,
we made a video, didn't we?
Sitting on her lap, screaming, "Get out of the car!" How the hell do you get out of the car with somebody sitting on your lap? Like, that's impossible. And then his thing was, you see him cold cock her 2-3 times in the face, right? And they've tried to charge the driver, like the driver was saying. Now, you can't see the driver, but maybe
the driver is her husband. The driver is her husband.
The entire time.
And
like the entire time.
Is her husband. He got released. They arrested him too, but they didn't charge him. They released him. My friends, because being activists locally, we know how to get in to talk to somebody in the situation. We get press passes. One of our friends went in and we couldn't see her. She didn't even appear to her first few court hearings, and one person has to see her and she's got bruises on her throat. It's just fucking ridiculous.
When it comes to women, if they've beaten the crap out of you, they'll try to postpone the court date so that you don't show up in front of all the cameras with the kind of damage that a full-grown man sitting on your lap punching you in the face 4 times gives you, right? So they'll
That's pretty
make
much
it
what's
so
going
that
on right now.
yeah, so they'll, look, she's messed up like that. He wasn't a small dude. He's sitting on her lap, and I mean, just freely smashing her in the face, right? So they'll postpone these court dates so that they don't show the kind of damage that really does to a person, right?
I agree. That's exactly what's happening.
Well, look at the. I mean, even go back further than that. Even go back, not to take away from your op, Angela, whatsoever, but even go back further than that is look at the Blackout family and how they lost one of their family members. Gabe lost his brother. Linda lost her son to a murder. 2 years ago, which is when I got involved really heavily with the Indigenous and Gabriel and Linda. And a lot of people don't understand is that, yes, brutality on African Americans is outrageous. But if you take the numbers and you put it towards indigenous people, they're actually at a higher level of being brutally assaulted and murdered.
I agree.
Oh,
than
yeah.
the African American community, but it's completely blacked out.
Well, I mean, when it comes to, the smaller it seems to, if you look at the statistics, the smaller minority that you are, the more brutal the police departments are against you. Where the more liberties they'll take with your rights, the more they'll that they'll record you, that they'll be, violent in these encounters. That's not, and that was something that, I personally knew about, but a lot of people in activism, in civil rights activism, weren't aware of the amounts of, and we're not just talking about physical abuse, but rapes and disappearances and all of these. The Native communities are affected by these overwhelmingly high. Overwhelmingly, when you look at the numbers, it's really crazy. If you're sitting in the car and you're a young Native couple, right, and the police pull up behind you, you're honestly looking at a 60% chance that they're going to put a hole through you or beat you guys. Those are crazy numbers.
I grew up on an Indian reservation, so I've seen so much fucking corruption from the police department towards natives is disgusting. My best friend who passed away 6 years ago, his best friends for 20 years, was a full-blooded Kumeyaw Indian. They were from a tribe that was fortunate enough to have revenue sharing, start a casino that was successful, an outlet center, and they helped the rest of the tribes, a lot of tribes in California, basically get off to the ground and be more self-sufficient. Because on the reservation, they're still living way, way below poverty level. They have houses with no electricity. They have houses with no running water. And again, these are the things that are overlooked, you know what I mean? So with the government putting so much pressure on them, beating them, stealing from them, because there is no laws on the land, you know what I mean? And what we're seeing, even though cops are not allowed on the reservation, is a lot of them do.
Yeah, and it's only real recently where that's the treaty rights are not respected at all, at all, not a single one of them. So it's Standing Rock. We had a where you could say that because the eye was on that area so much, because so many people were live streaming, the real police department, the police departments couldn't come in there. They were real careful to use BIA and federal cops and all of that stuff, kind of dot their I's and cross their T's. But in actuality, that doesn't happen any more than your right to not open the door with for the police is real in a bad neighborhood, right? They'll kick in your door, your kids, and then find out they have the wrong house, right? Those rights.
Terrence, we got video. We got video out
with
there.
BIA is when back in July, August, when that really came to a head. A lot of the people who were unfamiliar with indigenous workings and how it works on the res were like, "Where's the BIA? Where's the BIA? Where's the BIA?" When what they didn't understand is the BIA is paid by the federal government in order to basically monitor them.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not torn at all. I have no respect for the because a lot of the guys that are BIA are Native. And I mean, I have even less respect for you for being, for coming up and oppressing your own people. That's a whole nother level of messed up, right? And I mean, we see that when you see, you know what I mean, African American cops, Latino cops that start going down that oppressive route too. But there were times, especially some of the younger guys, if you saw when we pushed on the roadblock towards the end, you know, we made sure to record it, and, you know, we made a point to show people what was going on, that they weren't letting us bring in winter gear. And there was a young officer that was there that was, you know, that was native, and you could see he was having problems with what was going on. You know what I mean? And everything from his body language to how now the other.
Did we lose Terrence?
Terrence.
We might have lost Terrence.
Stupid and bad in their whole respect.
Oh, there he is.
They're telling me to do, but I don't know. I mean, you know, I understand that these blankets and heaters need to get into what, you know, you could see he was struggling with it. Now, how that'll affect him in the future, I don't know. You know, these guys will spend their entire lives denying that they were even there.
You know what?
They cover their faces. That's why they do all of that. You know, try to find a cop that was at Selma.
Yeah,
right?
You know what? You know the woman that got beat by the police. We've made a video. We got the footage out. The footage is out there. It's been the video's been made by Anonymous.
What's the one on the woman who got beat on 1806?
Imogen, is it Imboden? Dolores? We've made a video to show that she was getting attacked by the police. Me and Rose and a few other people got together, and we even had her family thanking us for helping her with her case and that. So
right. Well, I think like Terrence and I were talking about it.
That's such a,
you know, there's a lot of
to give. Like I wish I had that kind of heart. You know, like I was there, but these women were fighting for the reasons that you should be there, and at the end, they were the only ones that were still fighting, and they were willing to get shot at, to get beaten, to get tased, to get arrested, put in dog kennels.
Right.
You know, they did some horrible things to these women.
Right, Terrence, were you here earlier on in the show? Were you listening in at all?
I think I came in right at the beginning of the Standing Rock conversation.
Okay. All right. Well, we were kind of discussing that earlier, and I used them as an example in the comments that, you know, how many people who are crying for a revolution are actually willing to put their bodies on the line, because a lot of these people, like you said, they did put everything on the line. They showed personally to me what a true peaceful protest looks like and what a true peaceful protest can do. Preston, I know you'll argue with that, but, you know, or at least, you know, debate it. So.
Well, I mean, this was the time and the place for peaceful protest. You know, grabbing our arms and uprising. There may be a time that needs to happen, and there may be instances where we need to do that. This specific time wasn't the right one. You know, so that was, you know, that's kind of how I feel about that. You know, look, in our Constitution, we talk about armed revolution. Our country was born from armed revolution. The chances of our government becoming so tyrannical that we once again need to arm ourselves, that may come, but it wasn't that day. You know, our greatest tool was that they always looked like the jackasses that they are.
But also it got world support because they saw that there was no reason to treat them the way they treated them.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we were completely and utterly nonviolent. That doesn't mean that we were pacifists. And I think people saw that. You know, this really was warriors. Passion. This really was people that were dedicated to the cause. We are not pacifists.
Right, and
but we were not 100%
nonviolent. Were thrown out of the camp also.
You can't be a pacifist and have passion, can you? You gotta have some sort of fight in you to go up against something like that. You can't be pacifist.
So I mean, we were never, when it came to the game. First of all, when it came to Red Warrior did not leave until the camp was closed down. So I mean that, you know, there were people that were asked to leave camp all over camp, whose ideals didn't quite match up with what we were doing. Feel free to organize when you get home. You know what I mean? Get your people together, rise up. Yeah, fair enough. But because of what we had to represent there, and because you guys don't understand, the cops on the other side, they were itching You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they woke
Yeah.
up every day ready to murder somebody. And I mean, to kill, they didn't care.
Itchy
You know, they
trigger
were happy.
finger.
Yeah. So, I mean, you guys, people don't quite realize we always had to make sure that they never, ever had the opportunity because they wanted to in the worst way.
Right, well, that's my reasoning behind a peaceful protest and a peaceful revolution, though, Terrence, is do not give them a reason. Because if they would have killed somebody, and I am grateful they didn't, I think it would have sparked even a greater revolution that has occurred, because people have to understand it's not dead yet by any stretch. It's only getting stronger just quietly behind the scenes, and everyone thinks
It's not even starting to be quiet. Every weekend we've got to pick a city. There is a protest going on right now, right? And I mean every single city that you can name. And if you start looking at a global scale, people are ready to rise up. And when we're drawing the line between violent and non-violent protest, a lot of it has to do with numbers. There's what 7 billion of us now.
Yeah,
right,
well,
on the planet?
That's exactly my point. And that's exactly my point behind a peaceful revolution, at least to start, because you're going to attract all walks of life. You're going to get your grandmothers. You're going to get your teenagers. You're not just going to have your 20-somethings who want a violent revolution. You're going to grab everybody. You're going to get the attention from the world as long as you remain peaceful. I'm not saying a peaceful could necessarily overthrow, but it will gather numbers, and numbers is what we need.
Numbers are the key. The deal with any of these movements is numbers are the key. And I mean, we started to grow. I mean, we've kind of incorporated, the Bernie Sanders movement, the Occupy movement, the anonymous organizers and network. Like, we've really started to get enough numbers where we can't be ignored. Especially you look at what some of the recent town halls. The entire town hall. Who here believes in socialized healthcare? And the whole town hall stands up. And then it's those kind of actions and moments where you start to see, all right, the gerrymandering, we really do outnumber these guys.
Of course we do. Yep. And that's the thing, man. If the government are banking on us being aggressive so they can usher in martial law, innit? They want us to revolt and attack them. But if we
as
all
long
get
as we
together
remain
in a
peaceful, we
way,
don't give them an excuse.
Yeah.
That's where Black Bloc
Yeah.
needs to go back, at least in the U.S., to its original tactic of being our defenders, not being the aggressors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Show up. Look, if you guys are Black Bloc, if you guys are going to show up to a protest, show up with shields. Right?
Yeah.
If you guys are going to show up to, you know what I mean? Nobody has a problem with you getting into the, you know what I mean? You want to get into the shit, you want to rumble. I am totally 100% supportive of you, but let's make sure it's to the right end. And that's your, if you want to show up and you want to get into it, that's fine. Be in the front lines. Protect the peaceful protesters, women, the children,
don't
the
smash
people behind you. That's honorable, and you can still get the battle that you won. I'm fine with that.
But don't burn cars.
I just want to
and
start a
smash
fire.
windows. Yeah.
Well, okay, and let's be clear. I would never tell anybody to start fires, smash windows, or do any of that stuff. But if you are going to do that, make sure that it's focused in the right direction. If you're going down the street, I'm not telling anybody to do that. But if it's a mom and pop place, skip it, guys. You know what I mean?
Right.
If it's if it's a private residence, skip it. If it's a family house, there's no, what needs to be fucked up. All right,
Yeah.
go and fuck some of that stuff up.
Right. Well, I'm going to take that a step further, Terrence. I'm going to take that a step further. And if you want to burn shit down, and again, I am not advocating this.
Yeah, I would like to make that perfectly clear
but-
that I am not advocating this in any way, shape, or form.
Yes. Okay. My name is James Lennox. I do not advocate burning down or breaking things. Okay.
Shut up, George.
Make this very clear. All right. Nobody knocking on my door tonight. But to add on to what Terrence was saying, if you are going to do that, go 3 blocks down the street to do that. Target the big businesses. Target your Walmarts. Target your TD Ameritrades, your Bank of Americas. But do not target the smaller places. And the reason you want to target the 3 blocks away or so is so that the peaceful protesters are protected from the police, because the police are going to go down to that area, and you will get your message across better.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is coming from, this is coming from, you know, we've been to a couple of protests. These are tactics that Anonymous has used to make sure that our peaceful protests, I mean, do you honestly think, you know, when you look throughout, you know, some of our older videos and some of our older protests where Tav went in that direction, you know, there's a reason why we did it 4 blocks away. You know, that wasn't happenstance. You know, there was, there's, you know, and maybe some of the, you know, some of the younger guys don't realize it, but we have to think just as tactically as our opponents. If we want to draw them away from somewhere, then draw them away from somewhere.
Right, and look what happened on the Friday before inauguration, I guess on the 19th, is they did the violence right at the protest. So what happened? Even the peaceful protesters were shut down, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
I blame our leadership for that. Like, I really do.
No, I completely agree.
Yeah, it's our job to really to make sure that the guys, and I mean, look, if you're out there and you're part of these groups, you know, it's not like it was quiet that you were going there. You know, we know that you're going there. That really comes down on us not educating, you know, the people that are doing those actions and giving them the knowledge and the information that we've learned throughout our career history with Anonymous.
Scientology, remember Scientology?
I blame the parents.
Oh no. But you know, but Terrence, 100%. You know, there's a lot of us who have been there on the front lines, and as he said, you know, over the years, is we've learned that a protest is a tactical maneuver. Black Bloc is a tactical maneuver, and we have to be to use tactics the same way they did. If anyone wants to go into Anon Medics, maybe I'll get it back up against the protest season starting. What Terrence was saying is Black Bloc was formed to protect, not to aggress. They were there to protect the message. And if you go back to 1986, when Black Bloc first came on the scene, they protected a squat. They did not attack the police. They surrounded the squat and said, "How dare you?" All right.
Well, according to Alex Jones, the Black Bloc was started by the CIA.
Oh, okay.
Just playing.
All right. But let me expand on that. And what he was saying is with the shield,
is it?
1986, yes. But if you go back and they had their shields up, and what we need to do, okay, is if they are going to fire upon us, one of the greatest tactics that protesters can use, and the Ukraine has done this, and I know Dapple started using the mirrors, number one. Number two is when you set up your front line, Black Bloc, you have a launch team behind your team with paint balloons filled with paint. And what that does is that takes away the visibility of the police. Okay, they're going to use.
They're wearing these big masks, so I mean, a couple of those paint balloons, you know, in the right places, and you really do, you know, they can't wipe it away. It's sticky and oily and all of that stuff, and we stay in the realm of non-violent.
Right, and it's also a misdemeanor, and it's only a
misdemeanor.
And that's another thing about it.
The point is to protest. Look, if we could, look, it has to be an inconvenience, right? They would like us to protest in like a little corner in the side quietly while they can go on with their business and not. It's supposed to be that way. That's why it's a protest.
Well, they want us to get a permit and be in their designated
fucking
area.
egg them.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing is that they want you to register for a protest, and I'm like, well, isn't that kind of defeat the whole purpose of protesting? Is that we're, you know, registering with the government to protest, and I don't know.
We're giving them money to register the protest to protest what we're protesting against.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so they can get their final 2 cents. But like, no, fuck you, we just got you in your pocketbook.
Yeah.
You know?
Fuck you! Remember what we did to Scientology?
Well, it starts going into, it starts going into, into the Constitution. You know, maybe this isn't the case in every country, but this is the case in America. And when it comes to the Constitution, it really is pretty clearly laid out, right, that the government shall make no law, right, that establish religion, prohibits the freedom of exercise of religion, stops freedom of speech or the press, right, or your right to peacefully assemble. So, I mean, it really, that degrades like the essence of what it is to be an American is when they start saying, okay, you need to register. We're going to tell you can't protest because we don't like what you're protesting about. Well, that's why we're protesting. You know what I mean? Now, like, I do understand if you want to get, 10,000 people together at one spot that you need to tell people. I understand that, that system. But what they're talking about is anytime you want to stand up against the government, you need to get our permission to stand up. And let me save you some time. The answer is always no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, please, slave master, can I not be a slave anymore? No, we're going to keep you slaves. That's always the answer. No matter how nicely you ask, no matter what paperwork you fill out. So, and our founding fathers knew that, which is why they specifically put it in.
They also put in the, they also put in the second,
signal?
they also put in the Second Amendment there on purpose, and a lot of people are like, oh, no, it's to protect myself. No, they put the Second Amendment in there so that we could overthrow the government.
And they're not talking about overthrowing any government. They're talking about overthrowing a tyrannical government. And we can put that in brackets to fucking police state because it's just like an updated version. They like to change the words. They like to change the words every once in a while so you don't realize you're getting screwed over quite as much. Exactly. They're good at it. It's the Patriot Act, right? Who would vote against the Patriot Act? That sounds like a blast. No, it's not. It's not at all.
Well, it's a complete manipulation of language. I think maybe it was like late Sunday night, Terrence. I went through and I did all the propaganda throughout the years of the United States. I actually took the post down, but if you look at marijuana, the devil's lettuce, okay, and all the propaganda they put back through that. You had McCarthyism, all right. You had the feminist movement, and that is one of the most hilarious.
Wasn't David Rockefeller was involved in that shit?
But one of the funniest things in the feminism movement was you had people saying feminists will become lesbians and feminists will murder their husbands and kill their children and call
just craziness.
Right, it's just true American propaganda, and then go back to reefer madness.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is that she's going to eventually ask to be paid the same amount as a man, and that really bothers them.
Exactly, and with reefer madness, if nobody, in the comments or anybody listening has ever seen reefer madness, if you don't believe the government is trying to manipulate you through all these fears of ISIS and terrorism, just go back through history. They're using the same tactics they always use.
Sometimes they're not even like updated speeches. You can just like go in and erase, right? One, you can erase one part and put in another name, and it's the same
It's not
speech.
communist now, it's terrorists. If it's not terrorists,
it's not terrorist.
Communist anymore, it's ISIS. If
it's not it's not the Irish, it's the Mexicans.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like they could really these ideas are not new. When it comes to propaganda, they passed a bunch of laws specifically allowing for propaganda, for government propaganda, which is absolutely insanity. So I mean, you're making laws to say that you would like to lie to the American people legally. It was illegal to lie to the American people, so we'll just make it legal.
And like you said, and they'll manipulate the language by the Patriot Act because if you don't support the Patriot Act, then you're not a patriot.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, our government voted for that, almost completely blindly, and we do it with all sorts of things, right? We're not torturing you. That's enhanced interrogation, right? We're not attacking you right off. We're not attacking you for no reason. That's a preemptive strike. What do you mean a preemptive strike? Like if they don't like it, it's not tax evasion, right? It's what did they say? Inventive accounting is why you get to keep your money in.
Creative accounting.
It's what they call in I call it bullshit magic, but they call it word magic,
And we're in the offshore tax, which we have to be able to use the same. The human voice is an amazing tool.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Is that Lily?
No, Lily's gonna be here right now. So I was gonna introduce her. Thank you, George.
Hell, there's loads of people here.
Yeah, we got a full house tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hold on one second. I'm gonna put Lily on the line. She's also a local activist here in Arizona, and
Cool.
let her chime in on whatever you guys are talking about. Okay?
Okay, cool.
All right, welcome, Lily.
Everybody's welcome, Lily.
Hey, so I'm gonna listen
Hey,
in and just
Lily.
chime in with you folks.
Hey, you alright?
Hey.
All right, well, the topic right now is propaganda and the way the United States just changes the language for the same old story to make us
We were
all
kind of place, but I think we're going over. And I know, I might not agree with everything he says, but Jesse Ventura gives a good speech on YouTube about patriotism. And I mean, he pretty much breaks it down to it's when it comes to all of those uses of language and all of that, your patriotism should be earned by your country, not demanded.
Yeah, a lot of people,
when they're
a lot
demand-
of people don't like that guy. I like him a lot. And the funny thing is that he was governor of Minnesota, and he's one of the very few people I know that tried to infiltrate the Bilderberg group. And if you don't think that shit's real, you should have seen the video of what happened when he tried to infiltrate it.
Oh yeah, he is it's one of those things. Like, you're not going to agree with everybody about everything, and that's something that we, as in general, have to get over. The things that most of us agree on are way more important than the 4 things that we don't agree on.
Right.
So
Well, we have
on the shit that we agree on, and we can deal with the other crap later.
Well, we have a 3%er on the panel tonight. If they want to out themselves, they can. But I'd like to hear his thoughts on patriotism.
My thoughts?
Yes, your thoughts.
Well,
you know damn well who I was talking to.
Yeah, it's a life and death decision depending on how far you're going to push it. I mean, I'll admit to going to the Malheur or Oregon standoff. I believed in the Bundy cause and the constitutional nature of it all.
Agreed.
But that let's just say that an armed militant stance gets you a quick reaction, and but at the same time, I was for it. I don't know. I look back at it now and reflect on it different ways, but to me, it was still worth it. I was at Standing Rock also. I did it their way. I didn't agree, but it had its pluses and minuses. But they got a very similar result. Nobody got killed on that one, but you essentially had the same result in the end.
Right. Now, I guess my question to you is that Anonymous. You affiliate with Anonymous, obviously, and I think 3% and Anonymous can work together most certainly. I think there's definitely some side deals there, but you see a lot of Anonymous saying no borders, but when you bring the 3% in, they're saying they're patriotic. So how would you address that situation? And I don't want to call it division, but the separate views between having borders and being patriotic for the country you love, and those of the people out there saying no borders, blah blah blah.
Well, in order to have a country and sovereignty, you have to have borders, and you have to defend those borders. So I'm against unbounded immigration. Every country has to establish their borders and an immigration policy. So even though I don't agree with them,
Well, in my
I
opinion,
understand.
those borders should have been established 500 years ago.
Well, and I mean, I'm ex-military as well. I'm Air Force. I'm definitely not a 3%er, but there's definitely common ground to be made. I take a completely, and that's something that you'll find through veterans as well. There's definitely a variety of ideals on, especially immigration. So I would say, when it comes to the establishment of U.S. borders, I was looking at, look, this isn't Sweden. Okay, like maybe if you lived in Sweden, you could say, look, we don't want anybody that isn't Swedish living here. You know what? Fair enough. You're way up there. I can see that. But part of what made America America is immigration.
Yep.
Now, does that mean I want murderers, killers, and terrorists coming in the country? Absolutely not. Does that mean that to keep that from happening, I want children to be molested by the TSA every time they come in and every American's phone to be tapped? The answer is also no. So immigration is concerned. This is America. Come to America. right? That's always been our mantra. That's always been
right now.
Well, there is
so
a
Preston,
legal. Well,
with
go ahead,
immigration,
Preston.
Preston, would you say that you're okay with
You're a bit
immigration
asleep.
as long
You're a
as
bit
they
asleep. There's no terrorists.
legal?
There's no terrorists. It's all the government. It's all fucking step.
I don't know who's talking here. Preston, would you
Jay.
say that you're okay with immigration as long as they go for legal status?
Right. There's a legal framework for immigrating to the United States.
But
That's
if you
already
look
there.
at I have friends all over the world who have come to America legally and illegally. All right, some of the countries, and I am not joking, to even get a legal visa or green card in some countries, they're backlogged for 13 years. Now think about that.
Yeah.
Now think about that if you're in a war-torn country where you have nowhere to go to. You know what I mean? The legality and the paperwork is ridiculous.
It comes to things like NAFTA. It comes to things like the war in Syria. It comes to things like the war that we've kept going in Somalia and Congo. And, when you look at the plate about terrorists coming from, or we're worried about being attacked from, it's places that we're actively carpet bombing, right? Or, using drone strikes. However, we're actively murdering people there. So, the biggest thing when it comes to that kind of immigration, and I'm not talking about, Mexican or Latino immigration, but when it comes to that kind of immigration where you're scared of terrorists coming in, the first thing you have to do is to stop bombing people so they don't have to leave. These people don't want to leave their house. Don't want to leave their home.
Real quick, I want to throw something out. It was just released today that there is now an app on iOS and for Android phones that track all U.S. drone strikes. I highly recommend you search it out. It's on my personal page, and I'm public. So if you search my page, it's one of the last probably 5 posts, and I don't know the name of it, but when I do, I'll come back and give you guys the name of it. So continue the conversation. Thanks for letting me interrupt.
No, and it's something we definitely need to get on. When it comes to immigration from Mexico, it's another one of those things. Look, we set up the trade deals that try to keep South America as a third world country.
Yep.
Right? So that we can continue to use Mexican immigrants as slave labor in America. When that system is fixed, right, when we start prosecuting the companies that are hiring, illegal Mexicans, illegal workers, not because they give a shit about illegal workers.
No human beings are illegal.
Right? That mixed with our trade deals to keep Mexico in poverty, and we like it or we don't have slave labor, that system going.
Somebody has some really bad feedback.
I'm disagreeing with you, Terry, big time.
Is somebody watching TV?
There is no terrorists. There is no terrorists. Sorry, mate.
Well, okay. I'm going to put it this way, right? I was in the military. I'm not sure
right now. You sound
what year you are.
No, wait. Can I talk a minute? You sound like you're disinforming people. Can I talk for a bit?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
Yeah, you just said you're with the military for a start. So, if you were with the military and then you're saying that there's terrorists, then that's a bit disinforming, because the terrorists are the boogeyman that were created by the government to scare people. It's a fear. It's a fear tactic, so that you think terror, and then we say, go and fucking get the fucking terrorist. But really, the government created the terrorists. And
essentially, yes.
That I agree with 100%. Look, we've been bombing Iraq and Afghanistan for what, 16 years now? So look, if you were 3 when
1991. 1991 in Iraq.
This current group. If you were 3 when we invaded, how old are you now? The only thing
I'm not telling you my age.
the only thing that you would have ever known, right, your entire life, was America murdering you, your family, the people in your town, the fear of that destroying you. That in itself does create terrorism. The first time that you kill someone's entire family, their children, their wife, right? That is now a terrorist. They're going to hate you forever. So, I mean, that we created them 100%. We armed them. We bombed them. We did everything to create. We trained them. We did everything to create that.
Oh yeah, we were training. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right.
No, basically.
But that person that we created out of that, he doesn't disappear out of
Terry,
nowhere. You know what I
can I
mean?
just say something? You're telling me the guy in a cave called Osama bin Laden fucking did fucking 9/11? You really telling me that?
Oh no, I'm not saying that at all.
But
I'm
wait
saying
there,
if you killed one of my kids, I would go any means to murder you.
No, wait there, but he's a terrorist. Everyone says he's a terrorist, but he didn't do it, did he?
Oh no, but that's what we were talking about, the manipulated language. That's like a trigger word. You know, it makes it so your enemies no longer have names. That's why we specifically didn't even, you know, make the attempt to kill Osama bin Laden or look for him, because once your enemies no longer have names, you know that you're being led by propaganda. You know, when it was Osama bin Laden who had a clear enemy, then it became terrorists. Terrorists are great. You don't have to. You can fight them forever. They're a ghost. You know, the same as when we went to. That's the difference between like World War II. Good Nazis, bad Nazis, but we were going to kill Hitler. You know what I mean? We had.
When I heard you say the word terror, that's what the fucking government tried to put out there, like terror, terrorists. The evil terrorists.
Oh yeah.
And you were saying it, and then I was just like, fuck no, you sound brainwashed. And I didn't want you to sound like that because you're an intelligent guy.
There's words that we definitely that we have to use, and you know, I don't know, they've misused the word so often you can't even describe the real thing with it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, the original definition of terrorism was acts by government. The definition has changed over the last 100 years or so. Only governments could do terrorism. Now they've switched it to where you, the individual, can do terrorism. Not only that, but it's terrorism against the government. It's totally inverted.
And I personally see drones, and I mean, I love my drones for civilian use, but I personally see drones as being a terrorist weapon. They strike without warning. They have all of the markings of the perfect terrorist weapon, and I think that's really wrong for us to have gotten. Yeah, you spent
Well, they've been using them for that purpose in the Middle East for well over a decade, that they've been using drones to bomb men, women, and children in the Middle East. It's only a matter of time until they're militarized against the American people. That's part of what's happening.
Yeah. I've been trying to say that for like the last 10 minutes. Somebody's got some TV or something running in the background.
Is it Rose? Rose, have you got like loads of people in the background talking? What's the one?
Yes, Rose has got people talking in the background.
Can you cut
we
it out?
can.
Who's talking smack?
Can you
Who's talking smack?
We can totally hear the conversation.
Yeah, but it's
if they're going to talk smack, they're at least obligated to get on.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm talking smack and I'm on. Oh, it was Jay talking crap, right?
But no,
Well,
you were having to go at you were having to go at Aaron the other day because he had his feed coming through and it was pissing you off. But all we could do was for about 10 minutes was just a load of people in the background. So we're just trying to tell you that we can hear anything, like what you were saying the other day.
What do you mean?
All right.
Oh, with Aaron?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Background chatter.
Yeah, so you were doing the same thing. You were doing the same thing.
All right. That's
Hey, Jay, proof these people were dangerous out of the caves was they knocked 3 buildings down with 2 jets. I bet you couldn't do that.
Mine too. No, I think we got it.
I'm not having. Wait, Rose said. Rose, I'm not having to call you. We just couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, interrupt. If you want to follow the drone strikes from the U.S., it's called metadata. I put the link not only in the Google Hangout chat that we're in, but I also put it in the comment section of the show. It's also on my page. The Intercept put it out, I think, earlier today. They announced it, and so Apple and Android have both released that app, so you yourself can see the devastation and how many drones we're actually dropping. Continue the conversation.
And I mean, that's the drones are an absolute nightmare for a couple of reasons. Number one is they don't have to go through Congress, right? The president gets his own personal hit list, which is wrong on so many levels. And look, I don't trust Trump in a million years to make that right decision. The guy will get off on killing people. So
Obama loved it.
yeah. I mean, the same thing. As a generation, that is war crime. He is absolutely responsible for that, and you should not get your own hit list. It was just illegal for Obama to have done it. And the amount of children and civilians and people that have nothing to do with your own private quagmire, ones that paid the price.
Well, that's one thing.
The only thing that's changed is that it's all becoming blatantly obvious. It has been this way for a very, very long time.
And I think, if they can hide something like this, they do. Even the Predator, the Predator drones, we were using them. I mean, much way before they couldn't contain us using them anymore. But it's an absolute nightmare, and it gives the government the powers that they don't, in one place that they don't deserve and shouldn't be able to make. One innocent civilian to get a terrorist, you're no better than the terrorist. And that's the bottom line. If you have to
If you chain yourself to a fucking tree, you're a terrorist in the United States.
Yeah, you're a domestic terrorist for protesting.
Yeah.
Or an
Fuck 'em.
economic terrorist.
Everybody's a terrorist. Everybody's a terrorist. Come on.
Woohoo!
Well,
Let's get like shit on fire and pretend it's a sporting
Like you
event.
as a fucking terrorist.
It wears thin after a while. I mean, you can't.
When it comes to places like Saudi Arabia, it really is. It's like everywhere that doesn't like you are terrorists, and as long as they say that they like you, then they're all good, no matter what atrocities they
it's overused, big time overused.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you have the opportunity, and that's the deal, though. They're not getting these, like. So remember when there was the deck of cards, right? You know what I mean? There is no end to the amount of people that you're going to kill in this war, and that's at these wars. And I think that's the point. They want endless war. That's where they make their money.
Yeah, it's the military-industrial machine, or the
complex. The fact that every time you drop a bomb, it creates people that hate you. I think that's the plan.
Well, what is it? 256 years out of 272 of our quote-unquote independence, we've been at war.
No, we've been at war the entire time. The United States was at war against the indigenous until 1924 from foundation.
And even then, like on a global scale, there's never been a time where we didn't spend our entire livelihood murdering and raping each other. Like, that's just the human story from start to finish.
Well, humanitarian.
Really, because from what I thought, usually men don't rape each other as spoils of war. That's usually reserved for the women.
Times they're raping the fuck out of each other.
True story. Go ahead, go Lily.
I'm
not. You gotta get with the times.
Yeah. Look, the Roman legions, they wanted to defile your people completely.
Oh, they would breed you out. Yeah, they would breed you out.
This is really that we have spent our entire. It's insane, right? Our entire existence as humanity has been spent murdering each other.
Yep.
God, we should have. It's 2017. We should have gotten our shit together by now. Are you serious?
Not yet.
Funny thing? Guys, you know the funny thing? On wars that are fake and they're being sustained so that they can make money.
There's no such thing as fake war.
Are you sure about
that? I'm positive. People are dying. It's the same as a false flag. Just because it's a false flag doesn't mean people don't die. And as far as I'm concerned,
yeah, that's always something. When people post, "Oh, this is a false flag," the government will use a tragedy to its own benefit. That's what we're talking about, propaganda. And just because something, those things actually happen, it's just that they'll blow something out of proportion. When the police, you're telling me you listen to every single conversation on the fucking planet, but you can't stop these school shootings.
No, I'm on
The war-
about.
you know what I mean?
I'm
The
on
war
about
money
wars
that's
being
guided.
funded. I'm on about wars being funded on both sides. That's what I'm on about. I'm on about fences
I
being
agree with
set
that,
up.
but what it comes down to is
There are
still
people
dying. There's
dying.
still carpet bombing.
Oh yeah, no,
Syria.
people are
So that's not
dying.
a fake
Soldiers
war.
are fighting for fake wars. That's what I'm saying. It's bad.
No,
I'm saying
not
it's bad.
fake war. I mean, it is war, but it's certainly
Created by the government.
Well, I mean, some of the conflicts and
propagated
the
war.
false flags are
manufactured
yeah,
war
manufactured.
is the
There
There
you
you
deal.
go. There you
There
go.
you go.
pretext.
Good way to put it out there, Karen. Manufactured.
False
Some people
pretense.
use that word, Jay. Manufactured.
And I mean, when you look at you could even say, okay, like America's big economic boom at the end of World War II, right? Or, during World War II, was that we were making all of this military equipment. But did we bring all that military equipment back with us? No, we blew it up and left it there.
It's one of
So
the
I mean,
biggest
you
myths.
need to have
No,
the
they give
same.
it to the police departments to use against the American people.
They weren't doing this in 1940. They hadn't had that idea yet, right? So I mean,
so do you
at that
think
point,
Pearl
if you don't
Harbor?
bring it back,
Go on.
you could have
Really, the
just driven
feisty
those
little
tanks
thing.
off into the sea and had the same effect.
Do you think of Pearl Harbor?
The point
was
is
set
the
up,
building stuff.
Do you think Pearl Harbor was real? Set up
Yeah. Pearl Harbor did happen, but the intelligence that our country had, like I think it was 3 days before, knew that the Japanese was going to do an attack there, and it did nothing to relay
Yeah,
anything
we
to
moved
ships
out
out there.
of the middle. Yeah, so I mean, we knew it was coming. They warned us that it was coming. We saw them in radar, and we deliberately moved all of our big ships out into the middle of the ocean earlier that day for. Let me everybody hold their breath. A training operation, which is like our catch-all for anything fucked up we do. Is right. It was a training operation, and then we needed to get that bloody nose. The American people at that time had no problem with a strong Aryan nation, taking over Europe. In fact, most of them agreed with that ideology. So it took that event for us wanting to get into it. If you count, do you guys remember what got us into World War I?
No, not exactly, but the pretense of how World War I started was kind of bullshit as well.
I'm not talking about the start of the war, but
Lusitania.
Yeah,
Americans
Lusitania.
thinking
There
of
was
the Lusitania.
Lusitania false flag as well. When they
Exactly. We said that some submarines had sank it, German submarines, and that's what got us into the war. Well, it turns out we blew it up from the inside. Right? They went down and checked. They look at the boat. The explosion's coming from the inside. Everybody, the survivors on the boat, said that they heard the explosion inside of the boat. We blew it up. It got us in the war. Right? World War II, Pearl Harbor. Right?
Yeah.
The Gulf of Tonkin. Right?
Yeah.
The first incident did happen. The second one did not.
Yeah, I mean, it was a false flag, and this was one of those cases where nobody died, the boat didn't exist, it wasn't real, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they were interrogating those guys, and they actually locked them up into little corners and in like a little room on the guys with the radar, saying that they have to report all of this stuff to the commander in chief, and the deciding factor of this incident will start a war. And they were in there for like 2 or 3 days deciding on what the fuck they're going to tell the commander in chief, but even knowing full well that it was a false flag to begin with, and this is exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, they funded on both sides as well, didn't they? They fund the enemy and they fund the people fighting.
Oh, when it comes to the international banking industry, they don't give a shit. In fact, that works out great. Like they can sell us guns and we'll kill each other. Like they're driving each other at that point.
That's why I was trying to say it was fake, because I was trying to say they make money from war and they sustain it as long as they can to make as much money as they can, because it's a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, remember John McCain came out and gave a speech saying, well, we're going to be in the Middle East for the next 100 years. You want to go to war for the next 100 fucking years? Are you
He's an
serious?
idiot. He's a friggin' idiot.
You want my great grandkids to be fighting your war? They won't even. It goes to North Korea. Do we even remember why we're mad at North Korea anymore? We've been at war with them for 60 years. Yeah, we're fighting our great war. I don't care what North Korea does.
Yeah,
you know. You fast forward to 9/11, right? If 9/11 wasn't at least at least a setup false flag, however you want to do it, Building 7 just burst into flames and fell out of fucking respect, right? If it wasn't a setup, it would be one of the only times we went to war that wasn't. It would be, the precedent is if the government is telling you have to go to war here, right? Chances are you don't.
What's your take on 9/11, Ted? Do you think it was set up, or what do you think?
Well, I mean, that was it right there. I mean, the what, $7 trillion that we lost, and all the only investigation papers were in what, Tower 7?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also the a lot of
on.
financial papers or whatever hit the Pentagon, which was not an airplane.
Yes.
A lot of financial documents were lost there as well. The same, and
Yeah,
it hit the only part of the Pentagon that was dealing with money.
Yeah.
The
And you're
missile
like,
hit where the
yeah,
servers
those
were.
were the only copies, and we have no physical backups, and no. What the hell were we paying you for?
And that's BS because they triple copy everything. It's
Oh, that's what you would think
so
for the amount
come
that
on.
we spend for this monstrous bureaucracy. You don't have any backups. That was it. That was all of it. Come on, bullshit. Like it's not. It's almost as disrespectful is actually doing the act was to think that we were going to be stupid enough to buy it.
When I saw 9/11 happening, dude, it was it was the most bizarre shit.
Oh no, I'll be honest with you. Like we were on on base sitting in the day room when all hell broke loose, and especially it took a while before I will agree. I was brainwashed like everybody else. You know what I mean? I was caught up in all the same propaganda.
Yeah.
Like there was very few people that saw through the bullshit, and I mean they went all the way, right? Going to the UN, they went all the way. What always bothers me is they did all of that, blowing up the buildings, murdering the people, like building the whole thing with all of that shit. But you couldn't have planted some.
I don't know
fucking
how
weapons.
people didn't see it was obvious by the fact that they had photographs of men that they were saying did it by 10:30 a.m. on the West Coast. I knew before noon that our hands were all over that. I don't know how people were so willing to be led by the nose.
Because they're fucking
The American people would have forgiven all of that if you would have found one thing of weapons of mass destruction, anything at all.
Yeah.
All of the evil that the CIA, NSA, FBI, and all that shit did, and they couldn't have planted any in the desert.
Yeah.
Like they did all of that evil shit, but then not enough to plant a little bit of horizon in the desert and be like, oh hey, we found it.
The funny thing is that the fucking pilots were guys that like to go to the strip club, do cocaine and drink, and couldn't fly a fucking airplane.
And I mean, look, you gotta really look at our current education system because we
Those
even
pilots
knew at
before
that
the
point,
Reagan administration.
everybody's nationality, and we still invaded the wrong country.
Yeah.
Like the wrong countries.
Yeah.
We still haven't invaded the country that actually sent terrorists to kill us and is fucking loaded with oil. It seems like that would be just the natural place if you were going to actually attack somebody. If I had my choice to invade a country for oil or fucking or the nightmare that's Iraq, we should have invaded Saudi Arabia. Done deal.
I thought the 9/11 was a problem reaction solution. Where you create a problem, the public reacts, and then you fucking go and attack the boogeyman that you choose.
Oh yeah, I mean there was so much. It was definitely used against us at very, very, very minimum, and to set up at max. But no way. Look, it smells dirty, and there's no other way to say it. Do we have all of the facts on exactly how fucked up and dirty it was? No, we don't. But it smells so dirty. We almost don't have to at this point.
They got rid of the evidence, and the leftover of the buildings was all the evidence was all sealed up and shipped away and stuff before anyone.
Yeah, I mean they did a clean. So you couldn't. And I mean that's like standard government procedure for.
And that's like saying fuck you. We know we did it. Basically, if they can't let us see the results of what caused it, then they're guilty, aren't they?
Well, I mean, that's pretty much been their case. Like, we know at this time that the Bush administration lied to the American people. Boldface has cost thousands of lives in America, millions of lives in the rest of the world, and has created a terrorism nightmare that is still, trying to destroy our entire way of life, right? And none of them, not a single one, have been brought up on charges. You're a war criminal by every sense of the word, including torturing people.
Yeah. If you look on the Time magazine in 1967, when the buildings were built. David Rockefeller's on the front of the magazine, and on his watch is 9/11, and you can check that out as well. It's real. When he had the towers built, they were foreshadowing. They had 9/11. Have you heard of foreshadowing?
Well, and this may have been
pretext.
This may have been a bigger plan from the original bombing, because that was always kind of weird as well. And I don't know, a lot of people don't remember that, but there were trucks set up in the bottom of the buildings. It turned out that not everything exploded is how that worked, and it didn't actually down the building, but this wasn't even the first time, and it was because the buildings were meant to be force. If you would put a bomb in front of it, that the building wouldn't fall down. It was designed to absorb that force. And to get away with that, to change that is to hit it with an airplane, to hit it at the top in a place where it wasn't designed to take that kind of impact as much, because it really was designed to take an airplane impact, which is why the temperatures of things melting. There's a lot that but at the end of the day, 9/11 not being real or not, and you invading Iraq.
Hello? Hey.
Did we lose
you?
Hey,
I went hard down. Hangouts locked up.
Right? Sit down in Texas and paint for the rest of your life. Are you really?
Back. He's not back. Terrence, you keep falling down the hole, brother.
Yeah. Terrence, where are you, dude? Why do you keep falling out? You're falling out all the time, man.
Yeah, like we all know.
You're down a rabbit hole.
Super fans.
He's like, I'm in front of a building and it says, someplace I shouldn't be.
Last time I had proxied in, and that seemed to work out a little better for the first 30-40 minutes, and I think we eventually got, like I said, man, I got groupies.
Yeah.
Hey, Canadian intelligence services are looking hard at all the DAPL protesters, because they've made a link between their indigenous that were coming across the border and everything, and all the links. So the Canadian intelligence services are really looking at all the protesters.
I believe it.
Of course, they're sharing with us.
So the southern border, the same thing. The Mexica people, the southern border, the same thing. Mexica people, the Mexican people are absolutely Native American. I was down at what was supposed to be the protest to the border wall on the Otham Reservation on Saturday. I was turned around by white police just a few miles north of the border. We were told that we were trespassing on indigenous land, which was not true, but they're shifting things around. They're really going for some serious changes in that northern border, and that southern border are figments of colonial imagination. The indigenous people have been here and will continue to be here. And whenever this experiment in genocide ends, we're going to see some massive changes. Experiment in genocide is still very, very strong. And I got to see it very clearly, I would say, before 9 a.m., 9 out of 10 vehicles that we saw were either Border Patrol or police. After that, you had more people that were up and going. But once we got on the reservation, 9 out of 10 vehicles. And it was the same vehicles over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Look,
this is sovereign native land.
This is happening. I mean, there has to be, when you talk about, when we said, okay, well, we're uniting indigenous in Canada and indigenous in Mexico and in South America and all of that, that's really the problem for them, right? Because we are uniting. And I mean, every day they have to look at it, and when they see a new protest, when they see a new group that's joined back to, that's joined together, it's got to be running through their head. Oh, shit. Right? They are coming together. And that's scary to them.
Because they're the terrorists. It's the elite that are the terrorists. They use that word to keep everybody pitted against one another down here, when if we'd stop looking at each other and just look up, we'd be able to take out the real problem.
Yeah, and it's becoming, people are waking up. It's becoming more and more clear, and we're more and more connected. I mean, you're hard up to find a group that doesn't get on board with the no DAPL, with the with the struggle for climate
Now, if
change.
we could just get those people to get the fuck off the sidewalks and take the streets, we might have something.
We have to push them. Like we have to. People don't need leaders, but they do need leadership. They do. I'm always one of those.
People need to be shown that we can all lead ourselves. That this idea of external leadership is fucking bogus, and that self-leadership is the direction that we can go, and that everyone can lead without having to have someone. We don't need rulers. We don't need masters. We need to be able to show one another that we can all lead ourselves, and that's a very utopic ideal, and maybe we're not there yet, but that is the core of anarchism.
That's exactly what a leader would say.
Yeah. Who is this? Who just called in? Hello. Who just called in? Hello.
Oh, that's Lily on with Rose.
Oh,
yeah. So I completely agree, and I will stand next to you in a heartbeat in any place, but it will take us standing next to each other to cause other people to do the same.
All right, but I'm going to interrupt.
It does take
I'm going to add also
the example of what needs to be done for people to want to do it. They have to. People are scared. They don't want to get beat up. They don't want to get harassed. They don't want. They don't want any of those things. And it takes your strength, people like you, to give them the strength to do it. And I use the word leader, but that's not what I. You know what I mean? That's not what I mean. But it takes that example, that strength in you, to give other people's that strength.
Right, but there's two aspects.
Nothing wrong with that. But we're talking about standing together, not standing in front of you, not standing behind you.
Parents. There's 2 points that Lily made out. Number one is we need to get in the streets. And Lily, you're 100% correct. We do need to get into the streets, okay? However, until we continue to awaken the people to the truth, they will not get in the streets. And that's where we're getting to, whether it's a Trump, whether you're a Hillary supporter. Everyone is waking up that something is wrong, and we just need to keep pushing towards that. People are starting to hit the streets, and we need to keep doing what we're doing, because it is evolving, and it is picking up very quickly. In my opinion, I thought we were going to have a revolution during Occupy Wall Street. It never happened. We went quiet for a couple of years, but now it's coming back. Number two is something you were talking about, Terrence, in that man, I'm going to get a lot of shit for this one, but Anonymous. Okay, Anonymous does not have leaders. Okay, however, all right, there is.
Let's see. Well, there is exceptions.
Respect.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tyler. You run with it, so I don't get in trouble, please.
Well, no, when you have an operation, and you got a guy who really knows what the fuck time it is. He's not really a leader, but he's kind of guiding you in the right fucking direction. If you want to call him a leader, I don't know. I just call it, I think of it differently, but. Essentially, us as an idea, no, we don't have any leaders.
Right, but you nailed it correct, and I think, not to bring, got you guys off topic real quick, and I'm sure this will break out into something, and I do apologize. But, when it comes to what Tyler and I were talking about, because Tyler and I have worked on at least one op together, for those of you who don't know, and what happens is if someone does know something, like we'll use Icarus as that example, Tyler, since you and I are both familiar with it.
Yeah.
We saw the infighting because we had one person who knew damn well what they were talking about, and no one wanted to listen to him. All right, it's not my right to say who this person was, and that's what happens. Everybody's like, he's a leader. He's not a leader. He's fucking knowledgeable. Listen. That doesn't make him a leader just because you're knowledgeable on something. Okay, Preston's knowledgeable on the 3%. As a mature adult, I like to think mature usually. I would listen to Preston. Okay, what can Preston do to educate me? Okay, I'm educated on pacifism, on Buddhism. So why wouldn't somebody listen to me? It doesn't make me a leader. It simply makes me knowledgeable. And I'm not trying to. And I'll bring this back to me. I'm not trying to be a leader. I'm simply trying to help you find your voice so that you can stand by my side. Not in front of me, not behind me, next to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So the moral of that story is freaking listen to somebody who knows more than you do.
And don't be afraid to ask questions if you don't know what you're talking about.
You're damn right. You're damn right.
We're
That's like
living in the
90%.
age of information, so if you can't Google that shit, you've got no fucking excuses.
Well, like I come into it all the time. People will come to me and ask me, do you know this and do you know that? And I'm like, no, I don't know what you're talking about, but inform me on it and maybe we can get somewhere.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Like, we can't be expected to know everything, to be everywhere, to, we try, right? But, we have to look stuff up like everybody else, and there's nothing wrong with searching out new information. In fact, I'm always real happy when I find out new information, especially if it's something that's changed, that an idea that's changed, or something that I thought was one way and I was completely wrong about. That's great for me. That way I don't continue to push on that lie or misinform people.
Exactly, and that came up yesterday, and that's very important. Is if you are going to affiliate with Anonymous, you have to remember something. Anonymous is about spreading the truth, okay? And if you're spreading misinformation, you're discrediting not only yourself, but you're discrediting all of us, because there are a lot of us out there who, like Tyler, I enjoy being corrected. I enjoy learning. If I make a incorrect statement, I would like to be slapped upside the head and be like, hey, you're wrong. Okay, how am I wrong? These are the truth. These are the facts. All right, thank you for informing me. Not fighting back and being, hostile towards that person and saying, oh, you're a leader fag, you're an ego fag. No, you're educated on something that I'm not educated on. Thank you. Yeah, I agree 100%. Information is our biggest strength here, and I think it's something that being able to spread information is really one of the biggest parts. I mean, it's everything. If you look at the info drops, most of what we do is spreading information that they don't want people to hear.
They don't like the truth, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, nothing bothers a liar more than the truth.
Guys, I'm gonna go. Okay, nice speaking to you, but one of you was just trying to hack me, so I'm going.
What?
My VPN just bounced.
Wasn't me. I'm talking.
Tried to hack me from the Hangouts. Someone just tried to hack me. Through
No, your
Hangouts.
VPN. Your VPN.
My VPN is brilliant. It never bounces. It bounces.
Well, your VPN can bounce if you go over the data limits.
I am going to data limits. I use TouchVPN and it never fucks up, so I'm pretty pissed off right now.
Make sure it's not one of our buddies reaching out to touch you. Not that. I mean, at least one of us has a nice NSA file.
Well, no, I have problems with VPNs all the time. They'll knock me off. There's too many users on one server.
Yeah,
there's all sorts of reasons.
Too big is something wrong with the stream because we got so many people on and we haven't got enough power going.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's probably the VPN service, brother. It's just they goof out. They're not getting hacked.
I never.
No, I'd watch it either way, but yeah, I'd say I'd go a couple of ways on why you might be having some.
Yeah, there's no one pinging, I don't think, in the chat, Jay. Relax.
Yeah.
Breathe, brother. But it's not even that people, Preston, I'm going to go back to what we were talking about, is that I don't think it's even that people are,
discrepancy.
If you do know the truth, people, they're not necessarily even afraid of the truth, it's that their ego gets in their way and they think they know everything.
Yeah.
We do know everything. No, I'm just kidding.
No, that's, Loki kind of, got me started with the Anons, but, I learned a lot from him. It's hard to go into a collective because there's all groups with all different kind of policies and then their ideas and so forth that they push, and you're not going to all agree. It's impossible. So you have to learn to live within that framework. It's just it's how the country should run as well.
I see Anonymous as like an onion. It's got layers. Okay, as you pull apart layers, you have more layers. You've got your guard dog trolls and all your other fuckery that goes on. But I mean, the heart of Anonymous, it should be everybody as a whole. It's not all the sects. It's not the collective. It's not who admins pages. It should be unity as a whole. I'm not saying necessarily I'd partner up with ClownSec, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, it should be unity in one front, The division makes us weaker. You know, we don't have to like everybody. There's a fucking block button. We're grown-ups. You know what I mean?
Is that Rose or Lily?
Oh, that's Rose.
That sounds a lot like Rose's talk, but
Yeah. No, I literally have work in less than 8 hours, so I gotta cut it short because I've gotta be a fucking debt slave, even though I don't want to, because my kids want to go on vacation this summer.
Point. We don't have to like each other. We don't even have to get
No.
along, but we do need to work together, regardless.
We do.
And that's
There
really
has to
what it
be.
comes down to.
There has to be a unity and a big exchange of whether it be information or common respect. You know, we don't have to be on the same threads. We don't have to hang out. But if there's something important, like an op that comes up, like DAPL or Icarus, or, you know, we have to work together as a team. Is what it boils down to.
Or Op Yemen, if you're not familiar with Op Yemen, we're going to be addressing
Yep.
that shortly. Please stay tuned. Please share it. I know there's a few of us working strong on that.
There's a lot of fat going on right now too, right?
They haven't run across my feeds, no.
Hey, how many more minutes do we have left, Tyler?
Like 24.
Really?
Okay. Tyler, can I speak?
Yeah.
Hi, Rose. Rose.
Okay.
What, Tyler?
Rose, it's Jay.
Jay, sorry.
I was just trying to say earlier that you just like muffled out the sound. You know, like when you were getting really frustrated by Aaron doing it. I was just trying to.
Oh, no.
Doing it.
I literally got home from work, and the first thing I did was prep guests for the show. So by the time I sat down and got to relax, this is what I did. So I do apologize, and I did try to mute most of the evening if there was talking in the background.
Yeah, but I wasn't angry with you. I
Pardon
just couldn't get my words in because there were so many people talking. There's been so much going on.
Well, no,
I
if it's loud, tell me. If it's loud, tell me. I'll mute it. I have no issues with that.
That's cool, man. I just wanted to let
So
you know.
I need to
I'm not
know,
mad.
Jay. I need to know if you come with a mute button too, because I like one. No, I'm just kidding.
He's hiding behind a green mask.
Can we do that? Can we give each other mute buttons so we can just shut each other?
I know.
Oh yeah, you would hear like one show of silence, like "fuck you," no "fuck you."
That mute button needs to come with the moderator responsibility on LawSec. We need to be able to. It's not censorship. It's muting. It's muting. We're not censoring them. We're muting them because we just don't want to deal with it today.
Turn it off.
Oh,
Speaking of
we're
LulzSec,
gonna
I don't get it, man. Like the description of LulzSec is in there, but people think it's a place to post like funny ass. Well, I mean, there was some funny ass shit that was going on for a while, and I was watching it. You know, moderators to, hijack. It was funny as shit, but it has literally turned into just a troll group, and I don't know.
It has. But I love you guys. Talk to you guys later. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Rose. But Terrence had
Fuck this. Bye, guys.
Terrence can't rejoin the call. Everybody, he can't get back in. So I'm just letting everybody know if you're not watching the chat. But I like what Rose had to say about that. That's awesome. We're going to take the government. We're no longer censoring. We're muting. Okay, so we're going to take a play out of the government's handbook there and just manipulate the language to suit our needs.
Yeah, a lot of what they engage in is it's a mockery system. It's counter mimicry. If you look at the way they handle media or some problem, it's about reflection exactly of the things you do onto others. I mean, there's a lot of really little subtle techniques that get going, and it's designed to mute, just like you say, twisting that language back into your narrative.
I'm not censoring you. I'm muting you.
Well, I got muted.
I got muted. But anyhow,
the government muted me.
Where were we? Because we actually regained a lot of followers. We're back up to 53 viewers. And we were the conversation was great before I threw it off track, and I do apologize. And I think we were talking about, the conspiracies of 9/11 and how the government, as JC put out there, is really behind everything. And Lily also left shit about how we need to, what's the first step? And the first step in a revolution is awakening. And what I would suggest to everybody, I know most people on this panel is just keep spreading the truth and keep getting it out there, and don't give up. And that's one of the hardest things to bond with people. People ask me, how, you have good, you have good friends in the collective and stuff, and some I do. But the problem is you take somebody, you'll mentor somebody, or you'll become friends with somebody, and life comes up and they disappear, and that's kind of rough. So just hang in, do your thing. Don't be discouraged by anybody. Don't be discouraged by your trolls or anyone. Just do you, man, and research. And if someone knows something more than you, then you know what? Put your ego aside. Tuck your dick between your legs and just listen. There's nothing wrong with learning, and if you're strong in something, then definitely focus on that. It doesn't matter what it is. If you're trying to get the truth out, then go for it. Like I said, I know my strengths and I also know my weaknesses, and we need to start doing that and accepting that we're not going to get along with everybody. It's really
right, guys. Sorry, George. I was going to say now there's less people. Tyler, there is something wrong with the stream because now it's holding the sound a lot better. Has anyone else noticed that? George is really clear then.
Yeah,
there's
the
something
sound
wrong
is better.
with our stream.
Sound
There's
is
something
better.
wrong with our stream. You can't handle more than 5 people, Tyler, and that's the truth. I got to tell you, it's a problem.
Well, no, it could have been one person who left that was, had feedback too, Jay. It's you can't necessarily attribute it because.
Oh no, I'm saying someone told Tyler earlier we need to do a different stream because our stream's being weekend. I told you about it earlier, didn't I, Tyler?
No, I'm actually getting 2.1 megabit upload, so I'm getting a pretty good.
You're pretty strong signal. Tyler?
Pretty strong signal, yeah.
Maybe it's Hangouts then. Maybe Hangouts can't handle more than a few people on the. On the call.
I've never seen that happen. But anyhow, let's we can talk about that after. We only have 20 minutes left, so let's try and engage these. We got
less than that. We got like 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds great. No, it sounds really good.
We got the viewers, so let's engage them with what we know and what your strong points are. Tyler, you've been.
What are they asking,
the last
George?
couple hours.
What are they asking? What the viewers asking? Let's ask the viewers what they want to know. Should we?
Oh,
Should
God.
we ask the viewers what they want to know?
I'm not watching his comments. But Tyler, you've been quiet the last hour. You want to end it with talking about I don't know. Mark and I were talking about bringing up addiction.
Oh yeah. So that's been a problem. Not only with people I've worked with anonymous, just in general. But the taboo of addiction, and even George, I saw what happened yesterday, and I was getting kind of scared there for a second,
Yeah. Definitely,
I was scared because he wasn't moving.
Are we on about who I think we're on about?
We'll just keep his anonymity on, and
respect integrity, guys.
Yeah, but this is what goes on is that's addiction and it's worse. And yes, people use drugs and alcohol for all sorts of different reasons, but there is in the addiction world, in the world that I've worked with, there's a couple of standards that I hold myself to that I know that needs to be met. If your addiction is affecting your life, your loved ones, your job, and everything, then you got a fucking problem.
Right.
It's going to take everything for you to get out of that. And even though I am pro legalization of all drugs, I myself am sober and a recovering addict. But me using drugs and alcohol is when I use drugs and alcohol, it gets out of control.
Right, and I wanted to say something about that because I am also in recovery, and I also work in the field. Or I did before I retired. I was a therapist in the drug and alcohol field, and you have people have to understand is just because you use drugs or alcohol does not make you an addict. Okay, there's plenty of people who can use recreational drugs and have no problem. Speaking for myself, and I'm sure Tyler can attest to this, is we have a problem because we can't just have one. It's that simple.
No.
It's always excess. It's always, ruins every aspect of our lives. And I guess my biggest thing and what came up to me last night, Tyler, is why within the collective are we so quiet about it? Because I've written, 2 pretty lengthy posts about my own struggles with addiction. And
I think
I get a lot of support from that, from other people within the collective saying, wow, thank you. I'm struggling, or I'm in sobriety also. And why is it so taboo? Are we afraid? And I'm speaking for myself. Are we afraid that, we'll be judged against us or held against us as an activist if we're struggling with this disease?
I think half of it comes with uneducation, and then there's also, I know from my end is that as well as working with addicts, that our success rate is only 5%. So it literally takes somebody literally walking through hell to come out the other end, at least looking somewhat squeaky clean. But yeah, there is a huge taboo with addiction, and activism, and saying that you got a problem. If you got a real fucking problem, you got to talk to somebody about it.
Right, and stop being afraid of it, man. I mean, because that's what I think the beauty of writing these posts. I'm not tooting my own horn. I wanted to bring it out in the public because I saw what you saw, and I did it before that because of something else I saw. But I'm seeing addiction is very high in activists, and I have a theory for this because, for me, it was when I was younger, I didn't know how to get my feelings across, my emotions across. From a very, very young age, I've always known I was different. I've always known I've seen injustice everywhere, whether it be in the classroom and being able to speak your mind and being told to shut up, sit down, this is what you're learning. Just being able to freedom of expression. And I think what happens with a lot of activists is we get frustrated because we don't know how to get that and deal with all the injustice, and we numb all the horror we see because we see horror everywhere. You know what I mean? As an activist, it's not just the wars, it's walking down the street and seeing a mother, beat her child, or, turning on the news and seeing someone gunned down for no reason. We feel all of this in our heart, and it's like, okay, you know what? Fuck this. I'm not dealing with this kind of world today. I'm going to my reality. I'm going to my Alice in Wonderland, and not the rabbit hole we're in now in sobriety, but the rabbit hole of escapism.
With me, when I used to get like that, I used to get all my anger, all my emotions, and I'd grab my guitar and a spliff. I was like a weed smoker and that, and I would write songs about things that were going on in the world. And I've got a few songs about the Illuminati. I've got a few songs about cyberbullying and my mate that died. So yeah, I do know what you mean. And there was points where I wanted to get onto some hardcore drugs and take some drugs and stuff, but because I was already on a lot of drugs with Ritalin and stuff for my autism, basically it would have made me very sick probably if I'd got into something I could have overdosed. Do you know what I mean? It would have.
Right. Well, my suggestion is John actually put a really nice video under the post, and what he was talking about is, addiction is dive into something you like, dive into activism, and that's one thing I use. People ask me why I'm so active, how I could possibly be so active. It's because that's kind of my new drug. My drug is replacing and keeping my mind active, and speaking and using my voice to rather than suppress it. And it can be done in other ways. Like Jay said, Jay does it through music. He does it through videos. He expresses himself one way. I express my way through words, through being active throughout the activist community. So, but if you are struggling out there, stop being ashamed, man, because I can tell you, I've relapsed probably 20 fucking times.
Yeah, same here. More than that.
Yeah, it's the reality, man, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. You don't need to be ashamed of failure, because it's not failure. Failure is giving in and dying, and I've lost more people that I've been close to in my life than I can count due to addiction. And so don't give up and reach out to somebody. And look, I'm not always the person to reach out to because I'm not a talker offline. Like, I can do a radio show, but if you try and text me, I'm pretty shy. But if you can get me on the phone,
you are.
Well, yeah, and everybody that's listening, if you can't afford a top-notch rehab, you can always go into an ER or a hospital and get yourself detoxed. And then, if AA isn't your thing, get involved in something you do like church, something positive. Get your hands busy, and you're gonna have to learn a new way to live. And literally walking through hell, literally getting out of addiction is like walking through hell. You have to relearn how to do everything without that buzz, without that escape. Because if you're like me, like an addict who uses drugs where you can still function, and you're using that not only as a mask, but you literally have to rethink and relearn everything that you do. And I still get thoughts today, those little thoughts in my head, even though I had 7 years, I was still getting those thoughts, and people saying you didn't do the steps right. I'm like, no, kind of thoughts won't go out of your head until the day you die. There will be, that's why it's a mental disorder. It's an addiction, so you always got to, you have to have somebody you talk to or something, you got to get creative sometimes, and AA isn't for everybody.
No.
And there are a lot of alternatives. And, a lot of AAs will say that AA is the only way. Well, you know what? It's not.
Even as a
so
therapist, I'm not a huge fan of AA, NA, either. And I'm not a big fan of the 12 steps because I think it varies for everybody. But go ahead, Joe. I just want to throw that out there. Go.
Yeah, if you ever get suckered into, you go to AA and people tell you the AA isn't the only way, maybe it's not for you. You need to figure something out. But a lot of it comes down to getting in touch with something spiritually, something outside of yourself, having a support network, and literally doing something positive. And that slow process of trying to reintegrate your life and functioning somewhat normally, and going back into that deep, dark place where you need to self-medicate yourself to the point where you are not functioning 100%,
I found smoking cigarettes quite addictive for years and years, and giving up, I actually felt iller when I gave up. When I smoked for
Well, I still smoke cigarettes. I won't give up that vice, man.
Yeah, nicotine is really addictive. People don't realize it today, but it is a really addictive thing, nicotine.
And to those addicts that are out there that are listening, and if you relapse, but you were sober for a long time, don't think it as a downfall. Just think about it as a learning curve. It does happen. You just got to pick up. You just got to pick up where you left off.
Exactly. The same as you were as an addict, because when an addict relapses, a lot of times, we will go back. I'm not sure what if you were using an 8-ball a day, you'll go back to doing an 8-ball a day right off the bat. And it's the same when you get clean. Is dive right back into where you were, man. It's not that you did anything wrong. You had a moment, and that's okay. It's okay.
George, what were you into? Do you mind me asking what
Oh God,
you were into?
I'm an addict of everything, brother. And no, I don't mind sharing
All right.
my story, dude. I smoke in front of hundreds of people. Okay.
That's what I mean. Because you speak so openly on Facebook, I thought I was able to.
No,
to ask you. That's why I felt comfortable.
My first drug of choice was always cocaine. 15 years old, I was in my first rehab. Then I decided I didn't want to be a cocaine addict anymore, so I figured I'd try alcohol, and that didn't work out. So
right.
And then I've always, I even abused LSD. I did LSD for 2 years straight. You know what I mean? When I say I'm an addict, I'm a true addict. You give me a drug, and I will abuse that until I'm bored with it. I literally got bored with acid. That was the only reason I stopped.
All right, we got 2 minutes, guys.
All right, but then I got 8 years sober.
What's that, Preston?
Then I got 8 years sober, and then I was put on Vicodin, and I told the doctor I was an alcoholic and an addict, and she said, "Oh, you'll be fine with this." I became a big pharma, and the next thing you know, I'm shooting dope or heroin.
Oh fuck!
So,
yeah, that was one part of that this relapse. Now it was methamphetamine, psychedelics, and research chemicals and heroin. And I can tell you one thing: those research chemicals I was into this time, they were fucking the side effects, the long-term effects. I'm still feeling them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That was part of the relapse.
Cocaine is a pretty fucking mad drug, isn't it? I mean, I've done it a few times.
Cocaine is more psychological, to be honest with you.
It's like it's rich. It's like you only get a little buzz and then it's gone. Well, you have to have a lot of money.
Yeah, you have to keep going. But heroin's a little bit different, because heroin. By the time I was finished doing heroin, and I went through the methadone program, I did everything they did.
Yeah.
I went on heroin, then I went on fentanyl, then I went on methadone or Suboxone, Subutex, and methadone. Okay, and I finally said I've had enough. But at one point, when you're on opiates, you get to the point where you're using it just to survive. You're using it just to get the fuck out of bed, and it's no longer enjoyable.
Yeah, it's just to keep the dope sick away.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You know, but if you are out there and you are struggling, man, you know, stop. Don't give up, man. It does get better.